Hello and welcome to the Season 14 Division 5G recap. Sorry for the delay, but I ended up talking to Spoon off air too long about things that were completely unrelated to Blood Bowl, weirdly. So hello, Spoon.
Hello, Spoon. Oh no, it doesn't work still.
See,
Oh God.
I'm gonna switch it each time. Don't
Right, fair enough.
Doesn't it sound for generation?
I'm gonna have to start listening to you now, aren't I?
No, it's funnier if you don't.
Fair enough. G stands for good.
Yeah, the five stands for not very though, doesn't it? So the two kind of balance each other out. Like
we'll come on to what the C stands for later.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Okay, so yeah, yes, loads of people. Woo! Sorry for the delay. I also, I thought I'd prepare more for this, and I haven't quite as much as I hoped. I have had at the very least had a brief look at all the games in 5G.
Ooh, very nice.
The briefest look was at Aldar's game, and I still have to sadly admit that he elves pretty well. So up until this point,
I could feel your pain trying to force that sentence out.
Up until that point, he's been lucky. I think he a couple of games of winning with elves doesn't mean anything, right? Anyone can win with elves. It's whatever. But this week he actually he played well, and I have to admit that he played well. So there you go. Let's start with that. Get that out of the way early on.
And go back to normal service afterwards.
Yeah, I will be sarcastic afterwards. Anyway, also, yeah, I'd like to point out also that his game was last in the order of games this week. So that's my reason for not looking at it. No anti-Aldar feeling, just. But I have, as you've seen, Spoon, written up a fairly detailed description of the games in our hidden recap channel. Yeah,
I have seen it.
Yeah,
I didn't read it.
No, because it's just scads and scads of words that that no one else needs to see. So many words, but it is proof that I have looked at it. I haven't made clips, which is
that is a known issue. Games last on list is suddenly we realise how long we've been going for.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
the first few get long, in detailed rants about how much we hate Amazons. And then gradually, slowly but surely, it's just like, oh no, we're out of time.
I had to double check the teams to make sure there were no Amazons. So I was like, I'm sure I don't remember any Amazons being, but
not in 5G, 5C.
No, yeah, of course. Anyway, yes. So it is a known issue that yes, I tend to go down the list because I think that's the fairest way of doing it. Right? It's fairly random. I don't know what.
Yeah,
I don't know how.
I think it's somewhat random.
It's somewhat random. It's not random. It's to do with how teams join the division, I think.
Is it? All right.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's something where the first team in the schedule is always the last team to join. Yeah.
If you say so.
So the top game will always have Big Green War Machine in it. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yep.
So
yep.
Every single week of every single match day, Big Green War Machine are the top game. I will definitely look at the Orc game every week. I'll maybe some week I'll remember and think about going in reverse or something.
Oh, let's not make these sort of promises.
But the secret is be the last team in, and then you'll definitely be talked about on the recap in detail.
If you happen to know who's going to be recapping you.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Someone else actually complained that their recappers don't look at any of their games, which makes my guilt about the times I've not looked at games far less. But
you try to look at games.
Yeah,
I say that having not looked at any this week at all, but you've looked at them.
Yeah. I looked at them.
It?
Yeah, exactly. One or other of us probably adding up to more than 50% of the time does look at the games, right?
That seems reasonable. Watching the games is unprofessional. There we go. See, we've got support.
Well, I am nothing if not unprofessional. So, anyway.
XCAM thinks he's going to get 60 seconds of time, which, I mean, maybe.
It's entirely
if you're
plausible.
lucky.
Yeah. Pro elves. God damn it. Anyway, yeah. So.
If it gets to 9:50 and we're not at your team yet, then you're screwed, XCAM.
Because, the aim today is to finish at least at some time that begins at 9 o'clock. So I've told Ethelred. I don't know if Ethelred's listening right now, but I told Ethelred that I would be ready to do the OCC recap at 9-ish, 9 something. So
So we're finishing at 9:59.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so talking of which.
Yep. Shall we actually start the first game?
Yeah. So what is the first game? The first game was High Elf versus Orcs. Is that right?
Yep. It was indeed.
So
the Rowdy Vanity Passers versus the Big Green Wild Machine.
Oh yeah, the Rowdy Vanity Passers. So I do have big notes on this. Wait, let me have a look at my notes. Yeah, the Orcs. I remember looking at the Orcs game before and them not caging well, and this time they actually built a cage. The first thing before doing blocks, without block, which they did do again. They actually protected the ball and everything. So
good.
That's an improvement. They did end up leaving their cage based. It might have been turn 2 or something, but basically, it was turn 2. Assuming that 3 black orcs in a line based counts as a cage wall, it does not. Okay. Well,
it's annoying to deal with, but it's not impossible.
Basically, Eliod did a 1D to which could have with wrestle, I think. So it was effectively a 2+ to open the cage, and then got a 1D on the ball in return. So don't leave your cage based if pushing one of the corners means they can get the ball. Like, it's kind of okay to have a slightly weird elongated cage where one of the corners is 2 orcs and it's based, because when they push one away they can't get in. So you'll often see some quite good players actively leaving their cage kind of based with like 2 players on a corner, because they know that when one's pushed out of the way, there's still a dodge to get in.
Yeah.
But if you just have an X cage, or even an X cage with a flat front, whatever, it doesn't make any difference. If you've got a 3x3 cage and any corner is based, then your ball can be hit and it's not safe. And Eliod took advantage of it, hit the ball. Actually, the Orcs did quite well, I think. Recovering from it, getting the ball forward. Orcs are slow. They did some damage. Maybe, if it was a really, sorry, I don't know the player, so maybe it was a clever ploy to attempt to make sure that Eliod left loads of elves, left loads of players in contact, because Eliod had 11 players and every removal, was, really good for the Orcs.
I think he only got 1 actual injury, didn't he? Which was an armor bust on a line journeyman, but still.
Yeah, and it was mostly journeyman getting punched. So the result was only 1-0 for the High Elves. And I feel like it could have been more. Oh, NB, the armor bust on the loner was the player who got MVP.
Well, naturally. That makes sense.
But yeah, an improvement on the game I saw from the Orcs last time I looked. I don't know. I think it was week 1 that I actually watched the games.
He got a little bit unlucky with the armor breaks and stuff. He caused 10 armor breaks, but only got 1 KO and 1 Kaz out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty rough.
Yeah.
Don't know whether or not he used the Apo as well. He might have done.
The Apo was definitely used. Yeah. Where are we? 1-0.
It sounds like the Orcs did well, yeah, and
Yeah, the Orcs played. I mean, like Ethelred is a great coach.
he's playing at the moment.
He's playing at the moment. So if you're going to bet on the Discord predictions, I guess I have put up the predictions manually because the bot is not doing it at the moment. I guess I should put out the invite for this for anyone who's watching. There we go. Boom, there's the invite to the Discord channel. If anyone comes on, I will... actually, you should be able to see it as soon as you join. Anyway, so I've manually made the predictions thing for this week. So we should probably make a choice ourselves about the rowdy vanity passes against the bone idols. Considering the praises I've just sung of Eliod, I'm going to go for Eliod.
I was going for the high elves anyway.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because you're high elf fancier anyway. Yep. He actually to rein back my Eliod loving, as it were. He does play. He's really, 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 really conservative. And if I was playing in tier 5 with these elves, I would have been going for like let's score as often as possible in every game. And I felt like
pass as much as possible.
Yeah,
go crazy.
Actually passing as much. You mentioned the vanity passing. He did in the second half go for approximately 5 or 6 vanity passes.
Oh no!
As you
he got 1.
Yeah, as you can see, and they were like. So this is where we would differ in that vanity passing is all right. You get an SP a turn, but you don't get as much SPP as if you score all the time, right? So
you try and do both, don't you?
You try and do both. Where Eliod was doing like the safe vanity passing in his own end, he was either failing the pickup and then failing the pass, or failing the pass and then or double one-ing the catch, or he failed every vanity pass except for one. It was really incredible in the second half how so in the first half the Orcs recovered from having their ball sacked repeatedly but not enough to score, and in the second half Eliod had the ball, he tried the vanity pass in his end, it didn't work out, the Orcs eventually wandered forward, so the elves all went into the Orc end, and there was no one in the Orc end except for elves for a few turns, and the elves carried on trying to vanity pass by the Orc touchdown line, and after like an entire half of basically attempting to vanity pass, except for the 2 turns where they wandered forward and the turn where they scored, they got 1 completion out of it. So yeah,
pretty rough.
But yeah, rowdy vanity passers. Yes, he was vanity passing. No, it was not rowdy. There was no. It was the safest vanity passing I've ever seen. It was unfortunate that he rolled lots of 1s. I would have been vanity passing up the pitch, scoring, vanity passing more, trying to turn the Orcs over a bit harder than he did. Probably getting more players injured, but getting more SPP on the players I wanted to, type thing, I think. But that's kind of
that's not unfair. He's already lost a few players. He's probably trying to save up to buy them. They're only line elves, I suppose, but still.
Yeah. I mean, he's got some nice level ups, but for I don't know how many games they've played, I don't think that's actually enough. Yeah. I mean, actually, compare and contrast 2, 4, 5 levels for the high elves. I assume the Orcs have played a similar number of games. Actually,
I think they've both played the full Greenhorn.
Damn it! okay. So the Orcs have 3 levels. The high elves have 5. Fine. But anyway, after this game,
where are you getting 5? They've got 7. The high elves have. They've got 5 dodge and agility up, and
yeah, you're right.
Wrestle.
Yeah, okay, fine. I'm forgetting that catchers don't start with dodge because
So they're still averaging a level up a game at the moment,
Yeah, that's pretty
or
good.
over that.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm being
6 games, 7 levels isn't bad.
yeah, no, it's very
No,
good.
8. Didn't count that lineman. So yeah, 8 levels then.
Yeah, probably more if someone's died. You know.
He's not died. He's not had anyone die with any star player points yet.
No. Okay. Cool. Anyway, but the Orcs did play well. They get 2 levels out of it. 1 Kaz leveling a Blitzer, and MVP landing on.
Do we think he's taking guard or taking mighty blow?
Okay, so I hope he's taking guard because Orcs need guard. On the blocker, you mean, right?
Yeah, on the Black Orc.
Yeah. Yeah. Black Orc. Yep.
On the Blitzer, if I hadn't played the High Elves yet, I would have been tempted to go for Dodge if you've got High Elves and Goblins left to play. And Pro... Oh no, you played Pro Elves.
Chinchinry is laughing about my inability to maths. I have been drinking tequila in the time that we failed to start the stream.
Oh, good lord. This is going to go downhill rapidly. And
no, it's fine. We're keeping to time.
I think Ethelred's used to you in that sort of state, so it's fine.
Yeah. We've only ever met in real life in pubs, so it's fine. So anyway,
Guard for the Black Orc blocker, then we're hoping, and mighty blow then for the Blitzer.
Yeah, and fired for the armor busted thrower, I assume.
You would. I don't know if he'll have done it yet. He might wait a game.
Yeah, fair point.
To decide, but because he doesn't have to make that choice straight away.
Yeah, dead on. Excellent. Guard for the Black Orc.
Cool.
Mighty blow for the Blitzer. Cool. So
I'm not sure whether it's good that his choices of recap are approved, but good on him.
Yeah, I mean, like there's some people who like the idea of just going mighty blow on everything really early. It's an eternal league.
The guard's more helpful.
Eventually, the mighty blow will mean you're leveling faster.
It's true.
Type thing, but the levels spaces mean that that speed is counterbalanced by the fact that every level is twice as far away. But
You're also even more likely to be just using that one Black Orc all the time as well then. Compared to the other ones, which all still need levels as well.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
Always dangerous.
I mean, this is already obviously happening with the fact it's got block.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just would accelerate it even further. But all good.
So we get on to the important bit of the, whatever this is, stream. There we are. That's the word.
Oh, good God!
The predictions.
Hooray!
How well do you think you did this week? By the way, Spoon, remembering that
I know roughly how well I did because I sent them all to you.
Yeah, I know you do. So, but
better than last week.
Excellent. That's kind of what I was hoping for. So
but not as good as Aldar.
Ah, yay! So everyone's happy.
No one's done as well as Aldar.
That's good. But as at least, and so actually, I was going to say at least he can win in the predictions. But if he's winning in the division, I think he's unbeaten in the division. In fact, he's having a perfect season so far in the division, and also winning the predictions. How much better could life be? But anyway,
yeah.
Basically, everyone thought that
Elliot was going to win.
That Elliot was going to win, yeah.
Elliot.
I think it's Doyle backwards, right? He has an Irish accent, which might be slightly racist way of me, might be, but yeah, I think it's Doyle backwards. So however you pronounce Doyle reversed, I think is how you should pronounce it.
Fair enough.
But yeah, even you got that one right.
Yeah, even me.
And...
Hey, it was his result that I got right last week.
Ah, yay! Because he's, and also Krasftek gets one too. Yeah, Sevtek. Sorry, Sevtek.
I don't know whether that's right or not. It's just how I've always pronounced it.
Yeah, if anybody wants to correct us on our pronunciation, go ahead, but we will forget and we will carry on
Thanks, Sev.
pronouncing it how we like.
That is the least helpful pronunciation guide I've ever seen.
Yeah, thanks. So you're just that's a spelling guide rather than a pronunciation guide.
Amazing.
Is that everyone? Just 5 of us, right?
Yeah,
Have I actually
we're getting more helpful advice as well.
No, maybe it's just pointing out that I'm spelling it wrong.
It's Ketvizek backwards.
Excellent. So much like the pronunciation for Eliod, which is Doyle backwards.
Yeah.
Lloydle.
Seemingly so.
Yeah, anyway. That makes me laugh more than it should, sorry. Okay.
That's all good.
Yeah. Alright, so everyone guessed that one. Excellent.
Yep.
I've realised the flaw in my setting up of the predictions for next week, in that I've had to vote for everything myself already.
Yep.
So that's.
I've noticed that flaw.
Yeah. So wait, have they actually? I'm betting on Eliod. If they're playing now, it's fine. We'll say that out loud now, and we'll incorporate it into next week's predictions thing. Whatever. Where are we?
That's fine.
Next game, yes. Next game.
Yep.
Cool.
I'm just putting it into the hidden chat.
I was about to say, Spoon has just typed. Core Night votes Eliod.
Yeah, nice and simple.
Yeah. We could do that for the whole season. You know, it might be easier. Anyway, the next game is the Ultimate Evil Alliance against Ratfus. The rats against the Necro.
Yep, necromantic.
Tech, in fact. The Necro got 100 TV of inducements, or at least 100 TV of inducements, or bought some inducements. I'm not entirely certain. Wait a second. I can check through the wonders of RebelNet. And got a bribe
90K.
with it. 90k of 90k and topped it up with 10 for a bribe. Considering they didn't have, and listen, that was almost good. Excellent. So considering they don't have a dirty player, I think a dirty player zombie for 20k more would have been a better idea than a bribe. Because it's kind of like a bribe in that you have an extra player, so if you get sent off, then you've still got the same number of players, but you also get a dirty player effect. So I would prefer that over a bribe. I don't know if if he's
slightly more expensive, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's 20 more.
Yeah.
And I was going to check if he had.
And he was saving, wasn't he? We fought for the reroll.
Oh,
I remember what we were talking about last time.
Fine. Yeah, right. And then
I think we spoke about it last week, and we were talking about what to get because he was on 2 rerolls still.
I still feel like he didn't get his money's worth out of the bribe. Is the basic, there was some fouling, but against rats, he kind of spent more time chasing the ball because. Wait a second. Let me see. Where are we? Yeah, there's a point at which the rats, there was some surfing. That was what it was. Oh.
And the bribe looks like it failed. Not throwing a 1 when you need a 2+ would be a better solution.
But
for using the bribe, I'm assuming
that not rolling 1s is generally the most important piece of advice you can give to anyone in Blood Bowl.
That's the elf way, isn't it? That's
not just the elf way. I mean, it's the same with for everything.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say Sevtech. Is that? Tell me if that is almost good. Sevtech. Yeah, I think that's Sevtech.
+1. Sevtech.
Okay, cool. So you just rolled 1 of those. That's fine. In fact,
Now the question is will we remember how to pronounce it next week?
no, almost certainly not. I will pronounce it in a slightly different way each time I see the word, depending on what my mood is that day.
And what you've been drinking.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, if anything, the rats rolled more ones, admittedly more sixes, than their average should be. So it looks like their number of dice would average out at, you know, what, 22 for every dice, 23 maybe. Whereas
it's difficult though because those dice logs include things like armor and stuff, don't they? So
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
and injury and things where it's not good to roll high. I don't like using the dice for that too much.
True. Oh, it's worth noting that the regeneration, the one fail was on a zombie and the one success was on, was it a white or the werewolf? I can't remember. But there was a success and a failure, and it's the wrong way round for the meme,
yeah, that's not normal.
For the meme of Necro.
Yeah, that's not how it's meant to work. That was meant to end up with a battered white.
Yeah. Oh, and also talking of things that I'd change about the way this game started. If I was the rats, I think 4 rerolls is too much. So now,
and leader, yeah.
Now you've got a leader. I drop the reroll, which would have stopped the Necro from, you know, having much in the way of inducements, and against some opponents is more likely to give you a wizard.
Ooh, Disco Dave scored. Watching the ticker come up.
Oh, okay,
yeah, that's fair.
So if I, you know, there is a thing of like, if I was Necro, would I have been saving for the reroll? I don't know, but you know, I don't like the bribe as an inducement choice.
It turned out it was a trap anyway.
Yeah,
the bribe ended up just getting the player sent off anyway.
Yeah, and like, and as Necro, you're going to be fouling as much anyway, right? Maybe another zombie. I don't know. You know, there are quite a lot of inducement choices I prefer to a bribe when I haven't got a dirty player. But I'm quite I'm weirdly foul averse, if that makes sense. I have you know, discovered.
Well, there's only 10k left in the bank there, so if he had splurged and bought the dirty player zombie, he wouldn't have the third reroll now. So I think long term it was the better plan.
Yeah. One thing I will say about Sevtek's opening blocks on the line was he almost frenzy trapped himself with a werewolf block that was going to be a 2 dice into a 1 dice as like one of his as his second action, which I'm not a fan of. But it was fine because he powered, so you know it's okay.
That's how it works, isn't it?
Yeah. Sometimes
you spend all your time setting up frenzy traps, and then they just roll the dice they need on the first one.
Yeah. If you get the gutter run down and got a zombie, you stand on it. Yep, exactly.
Yep. That's fair.
Almost whether you, I mean, to the point where, okay, let's put it another way. If there's an elf, any elf, or any gutter runner, or anyone over a certain TV level, and you have a player who's half the value, then it's probably worth fouling them with that player, almost no matter what. How about that? I was beaten.
That probably works in a lot of situations.
I was beaten in a recent cup game by a high elf player who fouls me almost every turn, and I can't even complain that not enough players got sent off. It was just good play that he was fouling more expensive players with cheaper players, where the cheaper players were 70k. But the more expensive players were more than 140.
Like 200.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably. Yeah, makes sense too.
Yeah.
So anyway, we've got some levels on the Ultimate Evil Alliance, don't we?
Yes, we do. Sorry, I was looking at the page without actually turning over to the... So yeah,
we were going on
in fact, we haven't really talked about the game itself, which was the rats turn over the Necro, but quite late on, and I was trying to I was trying to stall for looking in my notes to see what actually happened to result in the turning over. So it was basically a wolf getting served, the other wolf gets piled onto by the storm vermin, so both wolves get removed. Oh no! So in fact, the ball carrier got surfed, and obviously the ball, scattered into the middle of the pitch, and a gutter picks it up, and then actually they
That's what
retreat.
gman do.
Well, actually no. So I would have just like picked up with the gutter runner, run forward blindly in a potatoey kind of manner, but actually Illusion pulled back with the gutter runner, clearly realizing he had enough time, moved into a space that was safe. The Necro kind of had to advance a bit to put pressure on
at least.
and then everyone went forward and went past the Necro quite quickly as well. So, I think Illusion played that first half beautifully, and like I don't think Sevtech should feel bad about the first half. I think it wasn't a massive outplaying, but it was Illusion played really well in the first half, and in the second half, Rats, like, how do you stop Rats from scoring if they want to? It was 2-0 up, and then the third one was the Necro attempting to score back. Like, so, 3-0 is often a score you see with Rats where it doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't necessarily mean the Rats deserve to have scored 3 touchdowns. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that the disparity in skill was that big. It just means
it's just very easy to score with Rats sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. And then once they get to 2-0 ahead, you kind of have to do silly things to get anywhere nearby. So anyway,
I think that's the same with a lot of teams, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true. But it's quite likely
once
to happen
you're 2-0
with Rats.
down, you're taking more risks.
And
then things quickly go horribly wrong.
Yeah. But, with Rats, the chance of them... Rats and Pro Elves, the chance of getting 2-0 down against either of them is pretty likely, and then having to chase is a pain in the butt. So anyway, Werewolf getting MVP means it's leveled. Obviously, double Mighty Blow, single
It's
dodge.
a Rebel Werewolf, so it's going to be Mighty Blow, isn't it?
No, because quite a lot of Rebel Werewolves get plus strength or plus agility.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough.
Or plus movement. And the white definitely needs Mighty Blow or piling on.
Could you argue for guard?
Mighty Blow, guard was what I meant instead of saying piling on, but yeah.
I was going to say piling on seemed a bit weird.
Yeah, sorry, that was drunkenness.
Bop is sad that he's lost his friend.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I poor Rocksteady. And yeah, this was the game. This was the replay where I enjoyed the team naming quite a lot.
But it's good.
Yeah, there is obviously one of the obviously some of these are from. I think this is a program I've not watched. And that.
I'm sure we've looked up some of these.
Oh, maybe we have. Yeah, did we? Okay, fine.
12 is an ex-chorf.
Okay.
So the ultimate evil then.
Yeah. Oops. So yeah. So any other options for the white? So maybe guard, maybe Mighty Blow for the white. I feel like okay, yes, eventually at some point you get Mighty Blow on a werewolf, but in the meantime you need a killer white.
I've just had a look, and it's it's a bit different to what I was expecting.
Oh,
the white level. Exciting though.
Ooh, is it agility?
Nope.
Oh, diving tackle. I like that as well. Excellent.
Yeah.
Yes, that is stunning. That is one of my favourite bash picks for a double type things, especially. So I don't think of it for a white. I like it on strength 4 doubles, like Black Orcs and like high guard teams like dwarves as well, where you're going to have Mighty Blow in amongst a big pile of guard. So so you're going to have diving tackle in the big pile of guard. So no one's going to be able to hit the diving tackle, but it's also going to be really irritating people who want to dodge away.
There's going to be some guard on the team, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
And the white's the most likely one to get tackle as well. Yeah, nice.
I mean, maybe he's going to build another stand firm player. I really like one of the whites being a kind of semi flesh column. So getting stand firm and diving tackle in the middle of 2 whites who are going to get block and guard that's a scary and annoying front line for almost everyone. That would be great.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Wait. And the other level was on the werewolf, which is dodge. Okay, cool. And the rats did also get a level, right?
Yep.
And they got a level on a blitzer.
Yep.
So we're expecting claw or mighty blow.
Claw if he gets it. Maybe tackle.
Maybe tackle. Maybe guard.
Yeah. I'm not sure. He needs guard somewhere, and they're the only ones that can easily get it. So yeah, maybe.
I know that Crystal Hunter is a serious rat coach who espouses your second
Guard on one.
Your second storm vermin is like your backup, and so your main storm vermin is a killer, and your second one is going to get guard, tackle, and some other kind of like backup-y skills rather than.
I like that theory, but I know a lot of coaches don't tend to go for guard early on because they're trying to figure out which one's going to get claw.
Yeah, exactly. So you're waiting to see who the first one to get the double is. So you tend to get mighty blow on both, which is what's happened here.
Makes sense.
He's already got piling on one, so that kind of is already the killer. You know,
it's true.
But it's tough. You know, I'm not a fan of wrestle on all the gutter runners. At least one needs to be.
No. I like two guard and two block, two wrestle normally.
Given the choice, I think in a long league as well, you want your gutters to live, and block it makes them live longer.
Yeah.
So, but you know, maybe at the beginning you don't mind cycling through them to hit some stats.
Search for that movement 10 one.
Yeah.
Seen a lot of people do it so far, just constantly churning through them.
What getting the movement 10 as well.
And inevitably.
Yeah. So who actually thought that
the rats would win?
The rats would win. He says, moving over to his trying to find where it is. There we are. So Necro versus Skaven. Uldar got it, and so did I. Yay!
Yay. I thought I'd counter it with a slightly less enthusiastic yay.
I mean, Uldar is flying and looks like he didn't get a single one wrong, in fact.
So... He hasn't got one wrong yet this season.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Yes, it's madness.
So you know, everyone try and get Uldar to tip you to win, and you know, be all good.
Make Uldar believe in you, then throw the game.
I was thinking, you know, that him believing you would make the game better rather than you know, messing up his record is more important. How foolish of me.
Depends on what you're aiming for.
Yeah.
Some people have different goals. Some people vote against themselves each time on the predictions.
Yeah, fair. Oh yeah, Uldar got one of the Rebel mugs for the prediction competition. Yeah,
wow,
well done. I got a Rebel mug for winning one day, but you know, fine. Prediction competition also good.
I've got a mug. I didn't get it for winning anything. I've just got a mug, just a normal one. It's sad.
What? Oh, what a non-rebel one? You mean
a non-rebel mug?
Non-rebel mug for tea.
To drink tea from.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. Okay. Moving swiftly on. So that's that. Next game. Good we're keeping to time. It's only 8 o'clock.
Yeah. We're halfway through. The real refs versus the CD Warriors.
Oh, this is the Goblin game, right?
Goblins versus Chorfs.
Yeah, as you can imagine, this did not go particularly well for the Goblins. The Chorfs were in fact the underdogs in this game as well, which you know, so
was weird.
Which is slightly weird. I mean, there's only one Bull Centaur, and what 5 Chorfs? Yeah, 5 Chorfs. Yep. So you know they're playing low TV Chorfs at the moment. It was at the Real Refs Stadium, which is the Nuffle Altar, so cheap stars.
For the Chorfs.
For the Chorf. Well, so you say that, but the Goblins got a bomber.
Oh, fair enough. For 10k, why not?
So they paid 10k for bomber Dremel slot.
Say that the Chorfs took... Can Chorfs take Boomer?
They took Noblar.
Ah,
So yeah,
damn.
bringing a
They could have had a bomber off. That would have been amazing.
they can't. So
Can they not have boomer?
they can't have. They can have. Can they have bomber? They might be able to have bomber.
I'm not
Not
sure.
not boomer. They definitely can't have
Damn.
boomer. Boomer's a dwarf. Dwarf's not going to play for the Chorfs.
They're all the same.
Go Edgel maybe. I guess that's an interesting thought process. But no, Chorfs definitely can't have boomer.
But he plays for the Norse, and they're basically chaosy.
Yeah, but they're not Chaos Dwarfs though.
It's true.
They do have Zarg Madai, but no, they do have
Dark doesn't have a bomb, sadly.
no bombers. No, I've been we were both checking at the same time. Chorf got worse star players in BB2. That's interesting. But yeah, no bomber for Chorfs, but they did pick the one goblin against goblins, which I feel is slightly well, actually I guess that's completely within keeping for a goblin game. I guess
definitely.
It's very almost dirty tricks level, goodness, if that makes sense.
Well, then it's also fun as well, because then you can be shouting at your screen about getting the traitor.
Mm-hmm. So I assume that Erwindor won the toss because he received the ball, and I assume
with chainsaws.
Oh yeah. Yes, there was a chainsaw off. I did see chainsaw against chainsaw action, which
that'd be pretty fun.
I have a feeling that when chainsaws were first introduced to BB2, there was a bug where one chainsaw chainsawed another, the game crashed. So just saying, you're risking loss of game for a moment. But anyway, as you can see, bomber against Noblar, and basically the Chorfs decided to receive. There were quite a few removals. There were 2 Chorfs removed, as in actual Chorf blockers removed by turn 2, and two trolls both got KO'd by turn 2 as well. But the removals ended up really hurting goblins, as goblins basically have a first drive that is really scary for their opponent, and then the rest of the game is awful. And this is what happened. There were
actually, from the stats, look that bad for the goblins.
No, well, they had
KOs and 3 casualties, but if they were all at the same time and the KOs didn't come back or something, maybe.
There were 4 KAs altogether, but 3 KAs caused by the Chorfs, if that makes sense. Yeah? Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense now.
And goblins only had 12 players, and they had goblins had 13 players, sorry, but they did have 4 secret weapons and no bribes. And after the 8-turn drive by the Chorfs, the only remaining secret weapon was the Fanatic, who was on for 1 turn, turn 8, which was the failed 1-turn attempt by the goblins, because the goblin didn't land even with a reroll.
Yeah, they've lost their players that way.
Fair enough. They only had 5 players left at that point. So, they lost their players also by being blocked, by being goblins being hit by dwarfs.
Yep. They did out casualty the Chorfs though.
Yeah. But
yeah, not by enough, and not at the rate that they were disappearing.
Yeah, exactly. In the second half was 2 trolls and 4 goblins against, admittedly, 3 Chorfs and 5 hobgoblins or something. But
yeah,
once the hobgoblins, basically the hobgoblins ran forward, surrounded the ball, knocked the ball over and surrounded it, and the trolls were all middle, not really removing enough, and 2-0 to the Chorfs. But yeah, the first half looked scary for the Chorfs, and they lost their bull centaur, but only a badly hurt, and they used their Apo turn 2. It's good to hear that Nobler saved the match, because Otherwise, you'd
Got
feel
the
bad
MVP.
for him getting MVP. Yeah. Which is kind of sucky.
Yep.
No
We did
levels?
get
Oh, no.
2 levels for the Chorfs.
Yep, sorry. Just saw
2 fresh hobgoblins.
the 2 who scored touchdowns. So obviously, you know,
1
aiming
block, 1 dirty player.
Yeah. Yep. Or even sure
Or
hands.
sure hands and dirty player.
Yeah.
As long as it's not the dirty player that disappears.
I mean, this team is still what?
Yeah, I suppose it is low on numbers.
9 players. So
Yeah. It's true.
9 players with with no cash. Oh, they've got 11 players now, and they spent all their money. So dirty player
Very fancy.
is probably okay now, but I wouldn't have bought it if I had less than 11 players because that's how anti-fouling I am. Okay.
Shocking.
I assume one of the players was MNG who had sure hands, because now you've got 2 sure hands pieces.
I'm not sure about that.
No, do not like. It's a waste.
No. I'd rather have the other one with block.
Yeah. Or even wrestle.
Maybe he's got plans.
Yeah, maybe he's got plans. Also, so wait. Oh, so the money was spent on buying another shore.
The plan is I want to get the ball. That's fair.
Yeah.
So that inevitably once one of them fails enough that he gets fired.
Yeah. Or yeah. Usually 1 ball carrier is enough. But I guess, you know, you can't really complain about being too bloaty when you are the lowest TV team other than the Goblins. So, yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, and no levels for the Goblins because, you know, they just died. And
Could use it as almost like a budget dump-off. So when one of the hobgoblin with sure hands gets hit, then there's another hobgoblin with sure hands to pick it up afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure that's dump off. I was thinking
no.
That would
dump off is meant to work when you get hit.
Yeah, but catch would work better if you're standing a catch player next to someone who gets hit and the ball scatters to the catch player. That works better.
Oh, I was just assuming they were going to drop it no matter what, and then he'd try and pick it up the following turn.
Anyway, yeah, exactly. Like Aldar's Chorf team, who had 2 Agi 4 hobbos.
Isn't that how it normally works?
There was only like a few games where they had 2 Agi 4 because like one came along who was like this vampire hobgoblin with plus strength and plus Agi and blodge, which was kind of irritating. So I've got to admit I loved it because for me having a strength 4 wrestle tackle Kislevite leaping player less of an issue than the claw Chorfs it was surrounded by. Anyway, and more of an issue for the rest of the division. But then another hobgoblin came along who got plus Agi, and then Aldar's vampire got murdered. So, you know, there are only a few games with 2 of them. Anyway, moving swiftly on.
Anyway, moving on.
I guess that we've said enough about this game. So
I think so.
It's the actual predictions time.
We've got to do the last game.
Predictions for the Chorf game. Yeah.
Okay,
so
fair enough.
Only Erwindor and Aldar thought that the Chorfs would win this, and I distinctly remember I think what I was doing is I was mentally trying to talk you into picking the Goblins to win when you picked them to draw, and in doing so, I picked them to draw, didn't I? Because I am an idiot. When clearly the Goblins were going to lose that game.
You actually called out exactly what I was going to do and my reason for doing it. You want the Goblins to win, but you know they're not probably going to because it's Chorfs and it's such a difficult match. You're going to go for a draw.
Yeah.
Which is what happened. Well, that's what I voted for. Sadly, it didn't actually happen.
No, it didn't happen. I think I went for a draw or a win even because I tried to convince you that hard. I don't know, whatever.
You went for a win.
Yeah.
You'd spoken around it so much that you thought that they could win.
actually, the inducement, I can hear it in my own head already. Sad times. Anyway, all right, moving swiftly on. So, wait, is that the last
We've
game
got
is the Pro Elves then, right? Which is the next
Pro
game.
Elves versus Undead. Yep.
Pro Elves, yep. And I only quickly skipped through this, I've got to admit. But it looked to me like Uldar did a really good job, as I said earlier, of like holding up the undead without getting into too much contact. Which, with undead, one of those teams that are really good early on because they have, some mighty blow mummies, strength 5 with no nega traits is a real, positive.
This needs to be added to your clip reel order.
Yeah. But yeah, Uldar,
Corn Knight saying nice things still.
defended really well, forced the undead to get into a position where they had to dodge out. The dodge out, I think either dodge out failed or he punched the ghoul. I was skipping forward a bit too quickly to see, but the ball was loose and then the elves got it. And, it was a well played first half. The second half looked like Uldar went a bit too hard in the get some scoring threats and not quite hard enough on the protect the ball, because I think turn 10 there were 2 ghouls around the ball and no elves. I'm not sure what happened in those turns, but the elves recovered, dropped back, got the ball back, and then scored again in the second half. So well played to Uldar. And I'm sure. I wonder if the undead probably expect more in the way of Kaz from this game. Yeah, went aggressive.
They did throw 49 blocks, so yeah, you'd expect a bit more probably.
Against,
rather than 11 armor breaks against armor 7.
I mean, it could be that those, that all of those
They might not have been knocking them over and stuff.
Yeah, 49 successful blocks could have been against the blodgers and dodgers, right? So, or there aren't that many blodgers. In fact, there are no blodgers. But
63% armor, so slightly better than normal for armor 7. Which, with there being a couple of armor 8s in there, that's not unreasonable.
Yeah, there you go. Left the throw alone and he snaked the pickup, and that then got punched for his troubles. But yeah,
that would do it. He's rolled all the pushes in the world.
Yeah, cool.
that would be a problem. 5 KOs and some came back as well. Nice.
Yeah, having, there was no point at which the elves looked like they were, short of players. Ooh, and a loner zombie getting MVP as well. Sad times. Did he buy the loner MVP? That's the question. But anyway,
I don't know whether you do or not in that situation.
Yeah.
How badly do you really need another zombie?
Well, he's only got 11 players. I think a 12 players. Yeah. So that means was he below low TV as well? But by enough for a zombie. Yeah. Which means that's a mercenary, which means you can't buy him even if you want to.
Oh, there we go then.
Yeah. Sad times. But the white did level with Mighty Blow. So after this game, you might be inclined to get dodge. I mean, tackle. But
either tackle or guard. He's already got 1 tackle. Having another one with Mighty Blow wouldn't hurt.
No, it's the Mighty Blow one who leveled.
Yeah, having a tackle player with Mighty Blow wouldn't hurt.
I'd be inclined to get piling on though.
Yeah, possibly. He's got goblins and high elves still who've got plenty of dodge, and rats.
He's like your blitz. He's like your proper blitzer, right? So Mighty Blow piling on other kill skills. The other one is your secondary tackle, guard, stand firm, annoying skills. In the same way as rats and necro, I like that's how I like to do it generally. But that's me. So he actually went for guard. Mighty Blow into guard. Interesting.
It's still nice to have more guard around.
Mm-hmm.
Can't argue it too much.
No, can't argue with it at all. I think more guard's good. More guard. Guard wins you games basically,
Yep.
and protects your players.
Probably more reliably going to win him games than the other options there.
Especially as
Maybe.
he's already got 3 mighty blow. You know how much more.
Yeah.
You know. Anyway, and Aldar got 2 levels as well. Dodge Catcher got MVP. Guessing.
He's already got a block catcher, so he might be a wrestler.
I like to have a wrestle catcher.
So do I. And then there's a normal lineman who's probably got dodge.
Yeah, I guess. Or maybe block. Maybe he feels like he needs more. Like I like to have 4 blockers.
I like having block on the lineman as well, but early on you can get away with a lot of dodge, and it makes your team so much nicer.
I like to think about the idea that you've got 3 blocks and a blitz on your LOS hits. I like every team should have that. But no, you're right. He's gone for dodge. Yeah.
Good early elfing.
And he's gone for wrestle on the dodge catcher, which I like the idea. You want a sacker, don't you?
Yeah.
And a new catcher, so he actually has 3 now. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a bad time to do it. One of them's only an MVP away, and that gives you the chance. And he's got block already, so yeah, definitely solid.
Yeah. No, well, you want all 4 catchers ASAP, don't you? Even if one of them's not leveled, they're still so good.
I wouldn't want to get a 4th catcher right now while he's still got one that's completely unleveled. Really? Once he's got some star player points on them, I don't mind going up to it. Just because they're so expensive and so difficult to protect when you've got 4 of them.
I guess there is that rule of 5 thing.
If you don't have any defensive skills, then it's really difficult to protect them.
Yeah. Rule of 5, you can only protect 5 players, if that.
And you're probably wanting to protect the thrower as well, because he hasn't got any defensive skills.
I mean, most pro elf players I've seen have completely disregarded protecting thrower and just entirely thrown him forward. But
yeah. But yeah, I find it difficult to play with 4 early on when you haven't got a few defensive skills on them. And they do get picked off.
They do also add quite a lot of TV to a team that likes being low TV.
Yep.
Cool. All right. So predictions for this game. Did a lot of people guess for Aldar other than Aldar?
I think it was almost everyone but you. Wasn't it?
Oh no, it was just it was Aldar, you, and Owendor.
Yep.
Which not quite as everyone as Eliod was getting.
No, that's true.
But means you're level with me on 3 points, while
Hooray.
Aldar is all the way ahead on 7.
Yep.
And Owendor goes up to 4. Okay, so next week we've already I've set up the predictions thingy, so we can actually do this in the predictions channel without. Oh no, I can't, but you can. Because of the way I've set this up. But anyway, such is life. So the first one is the big green war machine against the CD Warriors. He says, not looking at the screen in front of him and looking at the second screen for no reason whatsoever. So the Chaos Dwarf, low TV Chaos Dwarf against Orcs.
Back up to 11 players though, which is nice.
Yeah, just 11 with only 1 Bull Centaur and 6 Chorfs.
The Orcs are also getting a loner lineman as their thrower in the game. So they're actually at 1170.
That does make a fair amount of difference. That basically means
140k. They could get a wizard.
No, they can't get a wizard. They've got 0 bank left over.
Okay. 140k. Oh, that's rubbish. They've got the dirty player now for the bribe, but that's just 40k.
Is
Maybe
it
a chainsaw again? Probably not.
A second dirty player hobgoblin? It's like a bribe.
I
It's a
think I
bit,
prefer that to the bribe because there's the extra. If you don't roll the doubles, then you've got that spare player for in case something goes wrong.
yeah, exactly. And more hobgoblins against a team with mighty blow.
Yeah,
Always a good
I quite
idea.
Sorry, I'm
Ooh.
shortly disturbing, but you're talking about week 7.
Oh,
like
lol.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alda. Hey, Alda, how are you? Is that
I'm
it? Is he
good.
gone?
No, I'm good. I'm just wanted to help you in here.
Oh, yep.
I
I can see in the chat now.
I
I
was
wonder why people
wondering.
were saying day 7.
Yeah, same thing. I was like, oh, day 7? What? No, we're not doing day 7. It's like a 7-day competition or something. I was like, am I missing something? I'll just keep talking, whatever.
So shall we go for the
Wait,
real?
Alda, you should hang around, considering your your skill with predicting results. I think we should listen to what your opinion is about the 4 games coming up. So first of all, actually, let's skip ahead. So Rowdy Vantipassers, they're playing the Bone Idols now. Who do you think is going to win that?
Again, after playing them both, I played against Rowdy Passes in the Greenhorn.
Mm-hmm.
I would say Passes again. Elves, yes, Undead are strong, but he is a damn good player.
Yeah. Cool. All right. And do you know how far they are through? Out of interest, are we going to find out what the result? Sorry, just
finished.
Oh.
And spoiler alert, it was closer than I thought.
Well, it's not updated on.
When you go back and then go back in.
Yeah, so I'm not going to go back in. I'm going to try and stick to this screen so that it doesn't show what the result is.
Switch to the team screen, can't you? I think it's only if you actually press back, so you go back to the division selection.
Okay, all right, fine. Yeah, cool. You're right. Yeah, that's when it refreshes. All right. So Aldo, who do you think is going to win out of the big green war machine and the real refs? The orcs actually playing the goblins, not the chaos dwarfs as we originally thought.
On paper, it is just in the hands of the orcs. But again, orc guy, as we've said, he is a very new player. But have you seen from week 1 to 2? He learned a lot and he listened. I've had a long chat with him.
Yeah.
Goblins, they're always iffy. On a good day, they can win over everybody and they can pitch clear dwarf. I've seen that. I've tried that. It hurts. But I am going for the orcs here. I think he'll get his game.
Yeah.
Again, the things to think about is that his orcs inexperience against
the
different teams like goblins and so. Yeah, that might hurt him, but I think he'll take it.
Yeah, like learning to play against stunties is quite a lot like learning to play against vampires and Kislev. They're a very different play style, each of them, and if you've not experienced it, it can be problematic. If the mighty blow fires, then goblins will just leave the pitch.
Yep. They're actually getting inducements this week though, which is nice for them.
Well, you say that. Is it better to get bribes, or is it better to have more goblins? Because I'd be buying more goblins.
He's going to have 170k, so you could do a mix of both.
Yeah. Like I'd
2 bribes and a goblin.
So actually roster 1 more goblin to get up to 13 players. You could even roster 2. You could roster 2 and get 2 bribes. Just about, I think.
Possibly if he spends the range.
I think orcs are getting some players too. They're not 1130 because they're missing people.
Yeah, they're missing 1. It takes them up to 1180.
So 1180. And if the goblins bought 2 players, they'd be on 1090. So there'd be 90 difference, and the goblins would have 20 change. So enough for 2 bribes. In fact, enough if they want to spend all their money, they could buy 2 goblins before the game, and get. Oh wait, depending if is it at home.
It's not at home.
It's not at home. Okay,
no.
2 bribes then. That would be it, and have 10 change. which I was fantasizing about spending on more, but it's fine.
But looking at the different games this week in this division, I actually am trying to scout out when they're playing each other because I want to see this one.
It's interesting.
Yeah,
I'm
and,
gonna go on.
And again, Beer is a fun guy, lovely to chat to, and he is just absorbing everything you're saying to him. So he is learning, and well, you've seen the difference from week 1 to 2.
Yeah.
He listened and learned a lot, so it'll be fun to see how he reacts to this one.
Yeah, it's a steep learning curve, but if you're willing to listen to and search as well for more advice, you know. I'm going to go for a draw.
I'm going to go for the Goblins,
Okay.
as expected.
Okay, which means the next game is the Ultimate Evil Alliance against the hardest working in Rebel.
And sound else are gonna win.
Obviously, so Aldar predicting himself.
Well, makes sense.
Yeah, you're short some players as well, aren't you?
He's getting a bit of inducement.
so your team is going to be at 1260.
Yep.
And the Ultimate Evil Alliance.
It's only 60k. No, 80k.
Yeah, you're right.
Not too much.
He's only got 11 players.
No bribe or dirty player zombies this time.
No,
times.
not enough for either. Basically, he could get another zombie. I guess another zombie is the bet. It's like it's either another zombie or babe, right? Another zombie's kind of better, isn't it?
As you said, you mentioned my third catcher, and I was sitting here checking for what he would get in inducements before I bought a third catcher.
Yeah. Clever. But no thrower, so I guess you're picking up. You're going to be carrying on the catcher, or are you going to be using a lineman?
No, we'll see.
We will see.
Might live up to Elliot's name and do a few vanity passes.
I was going to say whoever's on closest to a level up. Major Bite needs some vanity passes or a score.
Oh, don't remind me of him. In the Greenhorn game versus Elliot, Herring Sword was on 5 out of 6, and Major Bite was on 3 out of 6. And I used 5 re-rolls to get the 1 SPP on Herring Sword for the vanity pass. And turn 16, score is 2-2. Major Bite was in the end zone, was a short pass, 2 squares, and Herring Sword was going to pass it and snaked it. Could have leveled them both in the end of the game. No.
And instead, several more games later, he's still waiting.
Yeah.
Major Bite is still useless.
Except in real life, where he is the opposite of useless. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
almost entirely responsible for like 90% of the goodness of Rebel, in my opinion. You know. But anyway. All right, yeah, no, I'm gonna bite the bullet and actually predict that Aldar will win this game, which is surely the curse of
the kiss of death.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm voting for Aldar as well.
Ooh, yeah. I thought you always voted against people when they came on. I thought that was the rule.
That was the rule, but I also like voting against you as well.
Oh, wait! I voted for Aldar. What?
Yeah, I know, and I've had to vote with you this time.
Okay, fine.
I don't like it.
All right. So the last game of the week is Owendore's CD Warriors against Ratfuss's Illusion. The Skaven, who have 11 players, against the Chorfs, who also have 11 players now, but have 200 TV of inducements as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, 180.
Yeah, close enough.
Aldar, last opinion?
Well, I voted for Choff. I think they'll get the win. It's going to be a rough one, but I think they can outgrind the Rats and just remove some players because there is no bench for the Rats, so it's going to hurt them. And tackle, yeah, it's going to be a pain. Strip ball is useless, so I'm going for the Chorf.
I mean, both players have AV7 players, right? So the chances of there being removals is actually kind of in the favour of the Rats, right? Because they've got
with the 2 mighty blow.
actual mighty blow.
Yeah.
And a piling on.
Yeah. Sevtech says if Erwindor doesn't throw ones, he wins.
I think the Chorf, because he's just gonna maul those gutters when the Chorf is catching up to them, because they run slowly.
I'm going to go for illusion. I think the Rats should win because even if Rats lose players, they still are a very tough team to beat, and this Chorf team doesn't have quite the right things to kill Rats. No mighty blow. Whereas the Rats can kill hobgoblins, and that's just as bad.
Although Endler just has to protect his hobgoblins.
Yeah.
And put his dwarves on the line.
Yeah.
I got your bets down, Cornite, in the betting channel.
I like the capitalization, obviously.
Very nice.
We need some laughs and stupid jokes. It's what it's all about.
Indeed.
And I talked with Elliot earlier, and at the moment it's looking good for both of us. We going ahead, but it's tough division and it's close and can still run around and turn around, and we're bound to lose some games because
you have to play each other.
Easy games here.
Yeah, you have to play each other. So at some point,
week 7.
Week 7. Oh, it's the last week.
Yes.
Oh, excellent. So building to a crescendo, assuming the two of you don't get beaten.
Assuming nothing goes horribly wrong.
Well,
in the meantime.
Yeah.
A few losses is normal. Everyone will lose a game at some point, right?
Yeah.
Exactly, and also this division is so diverse in teams and races that it's just. I have orcs into undead, into necro, into chaos dwarf, and then the last 3 weeks I got the high elves, skaven, and goblins. So I got all those bashy coaches first, and then I promise you that if I win all those 4, it's going to go horribly wrong against skaven and goblin. Something like that.
Yeah. Well, if you're going to elf, then elfing against rats is actually like rats are a pretty good anti-elf team. But yeah. Anyway, cool. Thank you for joining us, Alda, and thank you for pointing out that.
Thanks for coming on.
Cool.
Yeah, well, we were sitting in chat and saying several things with day 7. So I had to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would have carried on for ages.
Yeah, probably we probably would have got through the whole division betting on the wrong teams.
I hope we would have realised when we went to put them into the Discord. I hope.
So, well, thank you for having me shortly, and see you around.
Cool. See you later.
Cool. See ya.
Okay, so next we have 3C. Yes? Straight into 3C.
Yes, I think so. I think we're running behind, so yeah, we definitely need to jump over.
Really running behind? Actually, only
we've got an hour and 20 minutes left.
Not as behind as I expected, to be fair.
Oh right. Oh okay. Fair enough.
But still not.
So basically, you've been lying to Ethelred then, saying that you'll be finished in the 9s.
No, I wasn't lying. I believe I was aiming for. I have the I have the best intentions.
He should understand Corn Night time by now.
Yeah, exactly. No, well, he's
15 minutes out.
His username is Ethelred the Unready. In case there's any kind of confusion. Anyway, yes.
Always good.
Yeah.
3C.
3C. Yes. Where are we? So the first game. Let's get straight into the first game.
Games. So Clark Deffrich Jr. versus the Finnish Marvels.
Oh, so I have not watched any of these games this week, I'm afraid. Do I have the? Yes, I do have the predictions on. There we go. Cool. Obviously, no, I did watch one of the games.
I would have hoped you might have been actively participating in one of the games.
You'd think, wouldn't
Maybe.
you? Maybe. Wait a second. Did I actually take notes in this? I didn't. Did I? No, there we go. Okay, fine. All right. So Chugman Milk versus Upme's Finnish Marvels, and it looked like Chug. Well, he got a draw out of this game.
Yep.
And only one goblin died, which, from what we've seen of his previous games, is a vast improvement.
Goblins do tend to melt.
Yeah.
Poor old
I mean,
goblin.
that's kind of that's why they're cheap, you know. And also,
Yeah.
although this one's how this one has stayed alive, I don't know. But anyway,
Moving on
yeah.
past the miracle of science, maybe is that goblin.
So Bomber Dribble Snot was bought, I imagine, for a very small amount of money.
He must have an altar, surely.
Yeah, he has an altar. He has an awful altar, and he spent 10k to get Bomber, even though he was the overdog in this game. And then the Finnish Marvels got 230 TV of inducements.
I suppose there's not a huge amount of difference between those two. 220 and 230.
Yeah. No, yeah, exactly. What more do you get? I don't even know what they got. I guess a wizard.
Probably a wizard and a babe, maybe, from the fact that you can't see it.
Yep, fireball. I don't know. Well, if they got a babe, it didn't help their KO rolls because they had 9 rolls and 4 of them were failures, which is not babe worthy.
It's not that far off. It's still not great.
Yeah, what did they get with the rest? I don't know.
I'm literally just loading up the game to have a look.
No spare play. It must have just been a babe.
Yeah, they've got a babe.
Okay, babe. All right, fine.
It just didn't help that much.
The babe was just shit. Oh well.
Yep.
That's shameful. But yes, as you can see, one all. And the troll finally levels with the Kaz. What do you get for an underworld troll? Remembering they get mutation access, so they actually have some good options.
Well, you've got, depending on how he builds them, you've got tentacles, claw, or guard.
Pretty much, yeah.
I think with the 2 developed blitzers, I think I'd like to see guard.
Okay. Because you can get horns on players, guard actually is
probably not as important. It's true.
Yeah, I mean,
developed that far.
The fact he's got a claw goblin makes me assume he's gone for claw on the troll. Thank you. Thanks for joining us, Sevtech.
Cheers, Sevtech.
See you next week. But weirdly, if you're playing in a stunty league with Underworld, I would get Tentacles first choice straight away.
I'd be tempted to if it was in Division 5 and there was a bunch of elves as well.
Yeah, no, Tents is great. But with Claw as well, you do get that thing of like getting to Tentacles really quickly.
Yep.
Because you've got Claw.
And Mighty Blow, yeah.
And Mighty Blow, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, he went for guard.
He's
obviously been the thing about horns, you know, if you get into a big scrum, the troll suddenly is really important for Underworld, and I guess, you know, guard, stand firm is the route he's thinking of, but you know, surprising considering he had 4 claw players until very recently.
Maybe he's realised that claw's not the way. Probably not.
No, definitely not.
Definitely not. Fair enough.
Claw is, I mean, claw's pretty good. Just saying.
I still think the guard is useful. It's not a bad choice.
No. Yeah, no.
Although
guard.
I've not played against lots of I've not played a huge amount of Underworld at high TV, so
it's complicated. It's a great skill. It's definitely worth it, but it's not as worth it as it's not as an obvious choice as guard for a lot of other big guys, because
it's also a troll, so you don't really want to be activating it too much for blocking until the very end.
No, but you also don't want to be getting into a big scrum with it, which is where guard gets good.
Yeah.
So there's claw is kind of better because people don't want to get near it. So it works as a weird defensive skill.
But then you'd rather people were close to the troll than they were next to all of your other incredibly squishy players.
No, you kind of want everyone to just spread out. You know, the more spread out the game gets, the better it is for Underworld. If there's a big scrum somewhere, you're probably going to lose. Is the simple logic.
Just going to run out of players.
Whereas most other teams with trolls or big guys, where big guys are a good choice, you want to form a scrum around them.
Scrum would be good.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough.
Hey, Spartacus. All right. But no levels for the lizards.
Nope. They're remaining nice and relatively TV efficient
for a team with a strength 6 Saurus.
Yeah. Hence, that was why the relatively was in there.
Yeah.
As TV efficient as you can be when you've got 100k of levels on one player.
Yeah. So the next game after that. Oh wait. So no predictions. Predictions. Who predicted a 1-1 draw? It was
G-Cell.
Just G-Cell. Okay. Wow.
Yep. Everyone else voted for a win for someone. There's not been a lot of draw voting going on so far with our predictions in either division.
No, people don't like it. People, although draws happen a lot, people don't tend to predict that as an outcome. People usually assume they're either going to win, yeah, or the dice are going to make a decision and push it one way or another. And also, it's nicer to try and guess that. You want to be a bit more decisive when you're making predictions than just going, oh, I don't know, it's going to be a draw.
You've clearly forgotten about my end to last season on the predictions.
What, did you just go for a draw?
Loads of draws.
Yeah. Because actually draws happen quite a lot.
Because I couldn't decide very well.
No, true. Okay, the next is Chaos versus Chorf, which doesn't necessarily narrow it down.
Not in this div, no.
So that I'm gonna. Shall I have a look? No, I'm not. Which
was the Byzantine Bashers versus Bloodhorse.
Okay. So Toaster Guy
versus Rift Cannon.
Rift Cannon. Okay. And it was.
They're both on the front page.
They're both on the front page. Yeah. So it was 2-1 to Rift Cannon. And considering there's a fair amount of claw and some mighty blow, not very much in the way of killing going on in this.
I thought that's how it worked.
Yeah, 2 kill teams.
Take it easy on each other.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's a dead killy player on the Chaos team.
Yeah, true.
Which is not what you would normally expect to see.
160 TV of dead Beastman.
Rough. Ira will be missed by Toaster Guy, but probably not by anyone else. Toaster Bait, not Toaster Guy. Shouldn't be following your naming schemes.
But and only 2 badly hurts for the Hobgoblins and the Chorfs.
Wow. I wonder if this was one of the games where it was near enough decided in the first couple of turns when one team lost a load. Because it looks like the Byzantine Bashers suffered a lot of KOs as well.
Yeah. 7 KOs.
Yep.
And 3 KAs. So 10 removals at various points in this game. But, 2-1 does mean lots of chances for scores and stuff.
Well, they rolled similar numbers of blocks each. And the Chaos Dwarves caused 20 armor breaks. The Chaos caused 12. Which, yeah.
I mean, the Chorfs do have actual kill stack player. or
Yep.
two in fact, which is Claw, Mighty Blow, and piling on all on the same player. Whereas the Chaos
don't.
are a bit more of a mixed bag.
Bit more spread out.
Yeah. So the two claw players don't have piling on. Piling on player doesn't have claw. Lot of Mighty Blow.
Yeah, I thought it was going to go differently with the amount of guard. I thought it was going to be a bit more difficult for the dwarfs to actually get the punches in as much.
Mm-hmm.
With the being out guarded. But yeah.
I mean, both teams have enough guard and enough strength that,
Yeah.
It's not like either was going to get guard locked or either was going to get, be able to put strength players everywhere.
No, that's fair.
But anyway, and both touchdowns for the Chorfs on the plus movement blodge hobgoblin, obviously.
That makes sense, I suppose. Yeah.
So both you and I got this one wrong. Ravers, G-Cell, and Nibnan, though, got it right.
Yep.
So, predictions. Where's the button? There we go. Oh, I don't have Ravers. Add him in. First point for Ravers.
Woo!
G-Cell gets another one, so he's on 4. Putting him equal with me and not with you.
Hey, I do better this week than I did last week.
Good. By the looks of it, that's needed. And Nibnan gets up to 4 as well.
Yep.
Rob Top not actually, all of us catching up with Rob Top by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good week.
Good week. Okay, fine. Anyway, next is Nurgle versus Kislev.
This is a result nobody saw coming.
Ah, yeah. Yay! So, basically, I know that Zinj would say there weren't enough, it wasn't a fair number of removals. Or maybe, I'm not sure actually. But basically, he played heavily on the removals game.
Yep.
As
kind of expected.
No, I feel like too much. I feel like he could have protected the ball better than he did. But he went for piling on every time that he had a chance to pile on, and he went for fouling every time he had a chance to foul, to the point where he left the ball slightly open because he wanted to foul. And I had a wizard, so I wizarded and then got the ball and then ran away with it. And it was touch and go, and I had 5 players for the drive where I scored. I think I scored. Did I score? Or maybe I failed to score in the first drive. I can't exactly remember. But then I got the ball and then I scored.
With the amount of Claw and Mighty Blow around, your armor held up fairly well. From looking at it.
Yeah,
then the armor breaks that did happen didn't turn out badly for you.
Yeah, I was lucky. He says, looking at 20 armor breaks.
20 armor breaks turning into 5 KOs and 2 casualties.
But maybe 20 armor breaks is kind of lucky from 43 blocks. It shouldn't be quite that much.
So you made 44 armor rolls, including failed things on your part.
They're fouling as well.
To the dice logs and fouling, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
And you had 56% armor in the end.
Which
from fouling and Claw and Mighty Blow is you should be at about 43%.
Wait, failure 43%.
43%.
This is where I always get confused with dice with the armor rolls, because I'm like, which way around is this supposed to be?
You should have 43% is that you don't go off. You don't get the armor break. The armor isn't broken.
Okay, yeah.
Should be a 6, shouldn't it? Because he's got Claw and Mighty Blow.
Yeah.
Because Claw takes you down to armor 7 and Mighty Blow takes you down to armor 6.
Yeah, let's say yeah. Okay.
So you didn't have bad armor from that. And then if it's including fouling as well, you'd expect that you'd be having bonuses to the foul rolls as well.
Yeah.
It's probably not just fouling with just a standard,
He
well,
was
without any assists.
he was fouling without assists.
Oh, right. Okay, fair
like
enough.
that is what I'm
With
talking
the dirty player,
about.
or just a bit of both.
Yeah, with the dirty player. So yeah, when there was a dirty
Yeah.
player who could foul and there were no other options, he would foul with 0 or 1 assist. I think there was a 0 assist foul in there, and there was definitely a 1 assist foul in there, which, you know, against armor 8 is not that worthwhile, you know.
I still think that the armor rolls, you probably should have had another 2 or 3 armor breaks.
Yeah, okay, fair.
Not huge numbers.
Yeah.
Not like ridiculous differences or anything like that.
But his
2 or 3 the other way.
Positional loss by piling on and going for fouling was greater than I expected him to be going for, is what I would say. And I think, you know, a lot of bash coaches do kind of.
Could it have been a little bit of frustration in the fact that he was getting so many bits but they weren't working?
I mean, yeah, very.
Maybe towards the second half.
Very, very plausibly, but that is the thing. Like in the second half, especially after turn 14, is the point at which you need to stop worrying about removals and really concentrate on the ball. You know, like removing players after turn 13 is not going to win you the game as much as, you know, actually getting the ball and stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas it felt to me like he carried on like going for removals up until turn 7 and turn 15, and then on turn 16 and turn 8 he was like, oh, that's slightly unfair. On turn 7 and turn 15 on turn 7 and on turn 15 he was like, oh, I need a scoring threat, and got one, but got one.
Only the one.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And it was, you know, it was too little too late. After spending too much.
You can deal with one scoring threat even if you're missing a few players.
Well, yeah, I was down to 5 players on the first drive, and, you know, didn't have much more.
Even then, if there's only one person,
yeah,
I'm assuming some of your players had scattered to the winds to get away from all of the fouling and stuff.
Yeah, and I did have, you know, a bit of a bench because I got what's his name, both. I got the stabby guy, what's his name? Not Skitter.
Red Spartacus watched it and agrees.
Yeah.
He didn't protect the ball during his drive enough and didn't respect the wizard and the leapy frogs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Cool. It's good someone's watching these games.
Someone's got to.
Yeah, indeed.
You scored in the first half, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, cool. So I knew I had the ball at some point and in the first drive, and I knew I had the ball at some point in the second half because I was receiving, but I couldn't remember which one was the one I actually scored on. But it could have been 2-0. Like I wasn't that far. I think I snaked my actual, you know, running in to score in the second half then. So, you know, it wasn't like massively impossible. Like I kept my you know, movement 9 player off the pitch for the first half, which was when I scored, and then the movement 9 player and the other catcher were both on the pitch in the second half and were fairly close to juggling the ball into the end zone by, you know, rolling dice. So yeah. Having said all that, he did get a level on Tifa Block Fart, the Noga Warrior, through the MVP. And he's got Block and Mighty Blow, and looking at his team, I bet he's gone for Claw.
In fact, no. It's going to be Guard, I think.
He should go for Guard.
Because because 2 of them have gone Claw first, then the other one's gone Guard, so maybe he's going to go 2 Claw first, then 2 Guard first.
I mean, yeah, that's all right, yeah.
Certain symmetry to that.
He definitely needs more Guard. He needs to be out-guarding people more. He could have defended better, I think, the ball if he'd have had 2 Guarders. I mean, more Guard. Yeah. And he went for Claw.
Never mind.
Yeah. Well, clearly he's still treating Division 3 as a building division.
Yep. He's still building the team.
Still building the team. Bloody Nurgle.
Madness, but fair enough.
Indeed. Oh, I've not been showing this.
It's the first time I saw Zinj play something other than an OP Imperium team too.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Yeah, my experience.
Relatively OP Nurgle team.
It is a relatively
2180.
Yeah. And like Spartacus, I've played Zinj. Hey Rob, I've played Zinj a lot in Imperium, and he's almost always been playing elves. So it's it's really interesting seeing the kind of the massive change in play style from I'm used
running
to
away
I'm used
to just wanting to kill everything.
No, I'm used to him being really aggressive with Agi5. But not playing the level of going for murder that he went for with this team. I was surprised by it and a little disappointed. Anyway, as you can see, now that I've actually gone over to this screen, because yeah, he's here as well, but just half tuning in, although not added anything else. But anyway, hi Rob as well.
Hi Rob. Yep.
Rob actually sent in a video of summing up his game beautifully. I assume, maybe slightly from the Amazon perspective, as we will get to see. I'm sure. I'm sure.
Sent pro Amazon propaganda.
But more or less, yeah. But it's such a beautiful storyline, and I'd love to see Harmel's, like, if he did a similar video of the same game, how different it would be. My intention.
Oh, that would be fun.
Yeah, my intention.
People need to start doing that.
Yeah, we actually had that in one of the divisions I recapped. In fact, with Rob Toppin, where there were so many people sending in clips of their own games, and I was doing a little bit of clipping as well, that you were getting these two perspective on things, where I'd be like, oh look, these are the biased opinions of the coach who sent in the clips, and look, here's the thing they missed out where they did this, which was lots of fun. Anyway, I leveled.
I was doing that sometimes last season, asking for people to suggest when to clip.
Yeah.
And then you'd get like, oh, this is bullshit number 1. Oh, this is Boomer throwing a long bomb that got caught by a Tomb Guardian and passed back, and just playing volleyball with a bomb.
Yeah. If people actually send me stuff, it will make it actually picking out clips easier, and I'm more likely to do clipping if they're if people help me a bit. Anyway, I got 2 levels in this game. One.
So that's me guessing, is it then?
Yep, you guessing.
Ooh. So both linemen, both fresh. So 1 wrestle, and then it's your Kislev team. So 1 Agi up.
Have you looked? Did you look at my team?
I haven't looked. No, I'm just. Yeah, I know you like wrestle, and I know that you've always seemed to have an Agi up Kislev lineman.
That is an amazing prediction. He was.
I'm quite happy with that. If only I could be that good at the actual predictions.
Yep. I went for block. I think. Did I go for block?
Did you go for block? Fair enough.
Yeah, because I feel like
right.
I've not had I feel like I've not got enough block on this team. What I was saying earlier about it's good to have 4 blockers for the LOS hits, and I've not been having that. I've had a lot of like wrestle hits, but yeah, I did also roll an 11 on Napoleon.
I knew you were going to get an Agi up at some point soon on alignment. You were complaining last time about not having one for the first time pretty much ever.
Yeah, basically.
So you were bound to roll one.
So my first season of Kislev, I had 1 plus movement on I rolled a plus movement on a Kislev Blitzer, which I turned down because it was the first level of the team, and I didn't get another. I didn't get another. Level up. I didn't get another stat up on a Kislev player that season. Everything else was normals or doubles, which is fine. Which is fine because Kislev needs normal skills, right? They're so much better with normal skills. But yes, in my second game of the second season, I rolled an Agi up, and since then I've had at least 1 Agi up player at a time, and the Agi up players make Agi 4 players make Kislev. I'm not a fan of taking plus strength on catchers because they die too easily. but having a strength 3 Agi 4 player is what makes every Kislev team rock. Like I'm more into having an Agi 4 player than I am into having a strength 4 player on Kislev.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Now, how long will it be until Napoleon gets taken out?
Well, I don't know, but I'm going to protect him more carefully than I protect almost every other player in this team. So
go on, Rob Top, you can do it.
Yeah, and
I've got faith.
And by the way, haha, Rob Top, that did make me that the slight chuckle you might have heard a second ago was me laughing at the funny reward. So that still makes me laugh every time someone does that. Anyway,
take 2 seasons of having Amazon slated in the recaps and just take it out on his poor Agi up lineman.
I might protect the gutter runner a little bit, a little bit more at the moment than the plus Agi. But basically, I currently have four players who I like on this team, and I'd be more upset by losing the Agi than the strength. So there you go.
Fair enough.
Anyway, next game.
I've got no idea what week you play either, Rob Top.
No.
Yeah.
You could check while I'm.
I am about to check.
Yeah, I thought you might. I thought that was.
I was in the process of doing it.
Oh, wait a second. So, of the people who predicted this, was in fact Toby, who isn't even in this division.
That's why he's got a question mark next to his name each time, because I was wondering how on earth he was voting.
So Toby,
why he would be.
Yeah, Toby was like, so the entire reason that
Toby's in my div.
Oh yeah. So the Toby in your division was my second admin in UK BBL, and he is more or less the reason that the Core Knights server in Discord was created, was for us to play with things like off the UK BBL server type thing. So so he's on there and he will vote on things even in divisions where he's not in them. And also he's he helps a lot with me streaming and lots of other things as well. So so
fair enough. I know he's on the server. I've spoken to him before on it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
he's very active.
He just suddenly appeared in the predictions part. Rob Top, you guys play in week 6, in case I didn't mention that before. So not long.
No, so 1 for Toby and 1 for Core Knight, because I predicted I would win, even though I never thought I was going to. And also, I would like to say now that everything I said before about not trying to win and just trying to kill his players was a lie. That I was always going to try to win over everything else.
Yes.
I just wanted to kind of make Singe maybe slightly double think about piling on, which he totally didn't do at any point. But maybe
that was the point where I realised that you hadn't actually filled out all of your results. That's when I had to ask you for our result part, because I think you put your name down against everything else apart from that game.
Yeah.
So I thought you'd actually voted for Zinj, but then looking at the picture, it showed that you didn't.
Yeah. Looking at I screen capped the notes that we took because there wasn't the bot at that time, and sent it to Spoon in case anyone who's wondering where my voting is coming from.
Genuinely thought you hadn't voted for yourself when you won. I was so happy for a moment.
But no, it brings me back level with Rob Top. Hurrah!
Boo.
And also wins me the game, so also good.
Yep.
Anyway, so next game is he says means check
week
for
6 now. Let's skip that.
Yeah,
Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah, the Khemri Full Metal Alchemist against the Orcs.
Dazzle was Gaz. Wagstaz.
Yep, Organized Crisis.
Oh, Lord. Yep.
Oh, good Lord. So tell me, what does "Oh good Lord" mean?
Me?
Yeah, did you say "Oh good Lord" or did I mishear that? Okay.
I was trying to pronounce it and going horribly wrong. Sorry.
Yeah. Dazzle. Surely it's Dazzle Wagstaz.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Reasonable. I just horribly mispronounced it a few times. So
yeah. Wow.
That's fairly normal. Half of the course on here, I know, but.
Yeah. And not to give anything away about Pyro, but I played him this week, and he's played really well, like really, really well, like much better than I play. So there's like the step change between like what I would describe myself as a solid tier 2 coach and a tier 1 coach is tier 1 coaches actually like not just plan ahead for their own turns, but try and work out what
They
their
plan
opponent.
your turns.
Yeah, exactly, and
Yep.
that's what he did against me. And we were talking about it after the game, and he cares. He's going to play well. He's playing Kemri as well, and Kemri are kind of a team where you have to do that.
Yeah.
So like,
I think you've got to try to force your opponent to do what you want them to do.
yeah, because otherwise
Otherwise, you'll get bogged down.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe there's an element of he's playing a team where he has to, but
Yeah.
he won.
You've got to have that skill in the first place, I think.
Yeah,
Or you've got to have learnt it in his first season as them.
Yeah, true. Winning 3-0 though against Orcs is
it's impressive.
Is impressive with Kemri. Picking up the ball 3 times with Kemri is in it, on its own. It's fairly impressive.
I think that's a little bit overplayed.
Maybe.
75% chance of picking the ball up.
Well, with the throw rars, one of the touchdowns was with the blitz rar. So
that's 75% when you've got a reroll.
Yeah, true. And to be fair, my Norse team, my last 4 touchdowns have been on Ulfwerners. So
Ulfwerners are a special case. They're not meant to pick the ball up. They're meant to be you hand off to them and they drop it like a saurus.
Yeah. So that's what happened. They were all handoffs. Anyway. Oh, there was also though to possibly rub salt in the wounds another pass that a successful completion. He's
doing better than the Rowdy Vanity passes.
Yeah, Minky Chunks. Yeah, exactly. So when Kemri have the same number of passes as your High Elves, who are called the Rowdy Vanity Passers, you probably aren't doing enough anti-passing. Actually, that's a lie. You're probably rolling too many ones. That's what actually happened.
Yeah.
Anyway, 2 levels for the Kemri, and a very nice MVP on the Mighty Blow block Tomb Guardian.
Oh yeah, that's incredible.
And Blitzra, who got leveled by possibly scoring the touchdown or the Kaz. No, the touch. So either of those things was too much. So he may have scored the touchdown and then made the Kaz because he didn't need to score the touchdown on him by the time he got the Kaz, if that makes sense. Anyway.
It does.
What do you think he got for his Blitzra?
Probably tackle.
It's tough, isn't it? I think
I'm not an expert on Kemri, but I see a team with only 1 tackle, and I would like to see another one.
Yeah.
But then possibly guard.
I mean, one of the problems with Kemri is playing against Elfie teams, and his next team it was against Maya Kislev. So tackle is a good idea. And I do know it is tackle because I faced it.
Yeah, I would go tackle myself, but I'm not sure whether it would have been the optimal choice.
I think guard is equal up there. Maybe this is one of those where the decision is, am I facing? Yeah, exactly. Am I facing dwarfs with more than four guard, or am I facing some elves in the not too distant future? But he did go for tackle on the Blitzra, and the Tomb Guardian leveling as well. Again, I know what it is because I played him. So I'm kind of not cheating by not
either guard or break tackle.
Yeah, I quite like the idea of break tackle. Looking at the team,
he's got one other one with break tackle, I suppose.
Yeah, and I'd rather.
But I like the idea of the block one having break tackle.
Yeah, exactly. I assume.
I suppose the blitz ras blitz. Most of the time.
If you're taking break tackle, surely you take it on the block one because he's the one that you want to. Well, I guess it depends on whether are you defensively breaking tackle? In fact, you're breaking tackle so you can move your guard player into a different place, or are you breaking tackle so you can dive into cages? And
he hasn't got guard yet, I suppose.
I guess he's breaking tackle to move the guard player. So taking guard on the block is the most sensible option, and that is what he did. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it is. I've just looked now.
Yeah, did he get any levels against me? I forget.
Not that I can see.
No. Okay, cool. So there you go. took tackle on the Blitzra, and took guard on the Doom Guardian.
I'm not going to look too close. I was just looking at those two players mainly.
Yeah. And on the Orcs, Organised Crisis is Dazzle Wag Stars.
Yep. I'll let you pronounce that one.
Is it supposed to be like rock stars, but with a wah?
Maybe.
I don't know. Big Dreamify.
It's probably not, because it's got Rob Top at the top there. Big Dreamify, because this is all of the recappers, isn't it? This one.
Yeah.
Big Dreamify the Goblin.
Nice. Who in fact leveled up, because he's the one that scored the touchdown.
I wonder if he was thrown to get it. So what he's got?
He's got catch. He's got plus movement. I mean, I quite like the idea of sprint.
If you're doing him as the one-turner, yeah, sprint.
Oh, well, no, sure feet first, because like usually goblins get thrown far enough that they don't need the sprint, but they do.
Yeah.
They do need the reroll on the GFI, because you invariably have to reroll the landing, and it also helps make him faster. And he's already movement 7 as well, so you know.
Hopefully he's got Agi up, so he doesn't need the other bits as much.
That would be
Agi
pretty
up
good.
would be far better, but come on, Agi up.
Yep, Agi up would be amazing. Also, another movement up wouldn't be too bad.
No, another movement up would be nice, but then that's got the same sort of argument as you've got for sprint.
I was trying to work out if I could see. Oh, landing. There was a landing, and it was successful. So I am assuming that, and there was also one throw teammate. So I assume that his one touchdown on the Goblin was because
from lobbing him.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And he got sprint, which I don't. I prefer sure feet. I bet you he's going to die to failing a GFI when he's already used to reroll on something else.
He was going to die to something. He's a goblin.
Yeah, he's going to get eaten. Getting eaten would be the best way, obviously, but
yeah.
All right.
Only if they actually implement my idea of making it so that if the troll eats them, they can gain some of the extra skills that the goblins got.
Oh, there are comps in Imperium like that.
Only the extra skills.
Yeah.
Not so they can't take the dodge.
Oh no, in Imperium you can get the dodge from a built-in dodge player, but yeah. It's still basically giving you a free Agi skills, because the Agi up, because all the stunties get Agi access.
It's true.
Anyway, the XCAM, Harmel, Spoon, yeah, you got one, and G-Cell.
I did.
Are the 4 people who predicted this. And so let me do those predictions. I wonder if Ethelred's turned up in chat yet.
I will have a look now. No.
Okay, so we can keep talking about how I totally expect us to finish by 9 o'clock.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
We're ploughing through these.
Yeah, cool. Almost gave XCAM an extra point there, but he's actually on 5. Harmel, Spoon, G-Cell.
If you're giving anyone extra points, give me extra points. I need them.
Yeah, well, you got 1. Yay! Harmel and Spoon both getting off the 0 starting block. And Harmel...
solidarity.
Yeah, Harmel did miss the first week, though, so,
So did I.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. Yes,
Not
you did.
That?
No.
Oh, damn.
While 4 of us are on 5 points, and 2 people are on 4. Anyway, yeah.
No one's on 0.
No one's on 0 anymore, though. Yay!
Toby's on 1 point, on the same as me, and he's only played in 1 week.
And isn't in this division.
Yep.
So, next is the Dark Elves against the Vampires. So, that's Ravers, Dark Elves?
Yep. Ravers. Was it Ravers or was it Ravers?
It was Ravers, yep. But Ravers is how I call, in my head.
How you're still pronouncing it.
Yeah, Ravers versus G-Cell. Yep. So Ravers is how I, in my head, pronouncing it before I said it out loud, if that makes sense. Yep. But now I've started saying it out loud. I will try and remember Ravers, but I'm not going to.
And I'll try to remind you.
Yeah, cool. Oh, still
It's
get it
how I
wrong.
wanted to pronounce it.
Yeah.
Oh, inevitably, it's fine.
Inevitably.
And did the vampires explode?
No, the vampires did not explode,
No.
or at least not.
Oh, they suffered a lot of KOs.
Oh wow,
of KOs.
10 KOs.
10 KOs.
Jesus.
So they did, but not through being injured this time.
No, I mean it could be.
Looking at it, either the floor or
bloodlust.
fighting
Surely.
got 4 of the KOs and 1 of the casualties.
3 KOs turn 1, says Ravers.
Oof. Yeah. Wow. Because both teams inflicted similar amounts of damage to each other. They both inflicted 6 KOs on each other. The vampires inflicted 2 injuries. The Dark Elves inflicted 1 injury.
Not many blocks at all. 27-28, very equal, but very small. Quite a lot of armor breaks for that number of blocks. 15 and 18. Oh wait, but bites are counted in armor breaks. Okay. Even though they're not armor breaks.
Also, stupid vampires.
Yeah.
In the UI in the cyanide UI part, it's showing the KOs inflicted. It shows the bite KOs as ones that the vampires inflicted.
Yes, it does that too. Yep, I forgot about that. Of course,
I was wondering what went on there. Yep. Okay, it wasn't quite as close then through that part.
Yeah. So the Dull Fangs inflicted 6 KOs, 2 of them to Dark Elves and 4 of them to their own players.
Yeah, that's rough.
Wow. First period was a bit harder for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 4th hit was I assume a queuing up of blocks. So there were more than 3 blocks. One of them failed to knock someone over, and instead they got another chance being knocked over, and instead they got removed. So yeah. On the other hand, the Dark Elves did get an armor bust lineman who got MVP. So there is that.
And a move down lineman.
Who
had an MVP previously.
Yeah. I don't know about keeping either of them. I don't know. I can't decide. Well, we'll get onto that in a second. And also, the plus agi plus movement blodge vampire got another level up. Did he get some? I think did I see G-Cell say it was something exciting? I can't remember. Was it another agi? Is this an agi? Or no, it was another movement. He's got a movement 8 vampire now. I think that's what it was. Is that what it was?
Wow. That'd be impressive.
Did I dream that?
Well, if it's not that, what is it? Pro? If it's not that,
I like sidestep. Just to keep he's a player you want to keep alive, and also sidestep's great for vamps because you want to, sidestep means they move even when you're not activating them.
Yeah, and also with it being on the agility 5 one, who will probably be gazing occasionally.
I mean,
it'll be next to someone.
Yeah, actually, because of the gazing thing, pro means you get to reroll. You're often going to want to. Yeah, exactly. You're often going to want to gaze. You're often going to want to gaze with him, so you're going to activate him more and gaze with him more. So pro is a good choice as well. But
so my reasoning for why you would take sidestep instead turned it into you wanting pro instead.
Yeah. So a blodgestep vampire is someone who sits in the middle of the pitch and gets punched and hopefully is annoying, and you don't bother activating.
You don't want that for that guy.
The plus agi ones are the ones who you activate, and you want pro to stop them. So you want pro on your killer, and you want pro on your gazer, and you maybe want pro on one third one, and those are the 3 who you try and keep the activations to.
Yeah.
But yeah, movement 8 on vampires is amazing. Movement 7 alone gives you such a great opportunity to score quickly, which you need when you're removing your own players at pace. But movement 8, You know,
It's pretty scary.
movement 8 and access to sure feet for his legend skill.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be bad. Maybe even, I don't know.
Wow.
But yeah, that's
You
sweet.
think even maybe sprint?
Yeah, there's the worry with sprint.
I don't know. I don't like that one because it's rolling too many dice.
Yeah,
but
it's an extra chance to roll a 1 when you're, including
rolling so
Bloodlust,
much.
you're rolling a 1 with Bloodlust and you're rolling
Yeah.
2 more with the. So yeah, sure feet, a built-in reroll, and it's approved by Random Boy. Random Boy approved because he's got a sure feet vampire, and it does work.
Okay.
Does work every season. So as in, it carries things rather than it works every time because it doesn't always work. Anyway,
Got vamp this week, so a movement 7 vamp. What? Oh God.
you've got Andy Davo and his.
I do
vamps.
indeed. Yes.
Yeah. My
Double
vamps.
move up and a move down. Oof.
Oh, okay.
Is it a move down, or is it just not showing the extra one? It's showing 2 move ups and only movement 7. So
Well, I'm not going to check now because we're in the middle of a
nor am
recap.
I. Yeah.
But but yeah, he's obviously a good player. You're going to get wrecked.
I am indeed. Yeah.
But yeah, my vampire team also have a plus movement, and it really, really helps.
I might dice him. That's my hope.
How does having 5 vamps work for you, Giselle? Normally keep it to 4. Multiple vamps. Yeah, so my vampire team is also currently at 5, but I'm about to go to 6. I think once my logic is you can have as many vamps as you have rerolls where pro counts as half a reroll. Yeah. So I've got 2 pros. I'm going to get 3. Even better. And I have 4 rerolls and a leader. This is the point at which I can afford to get a 6th vampire. I'm on the cusp of having my 5 other vampires level up enough that I don't mind a 6th vampire. And also, sometimes there's quite a lot of players who have 6 vampires but keep one of them off the pitch. So as Rob says, that's only 5 thralls on the pitch, but actually they'll get badly hurt sometimes, and you might have one who specializes in throwing or something. So a lot of the people who have 6 vampires don't necessarily always run 6 vamps on the pitch.
It's a lot of team value to not have them on the pitch, though.
It is a lot of team value, but it is also a lot of strength for agi for if you want. It just means you have to not move them as much as well. You have to be really conservative about having a lot of players who just stand around not being touched by you. So having Blodge Step on 2 or 3 is invaluable for they're taking up space. No one wants to get near them. No one wants to hit them. That makes all the difference, right?
Yeah.
HUD in UK BBL is running 6 vampires. They're in the Premiership, and I think all of them have Blodge, and 5 of them have Step. So, his defensive drives start with 3 vampires on the line. You get 3 hits on them, and they're going to Blodge Step out of the way. Type, and
yeah,
against a lot of opponents, they don't Blodge Step out of the way. They Blodge Step into more and more annoying places as you slowly get mired in a sea of a strength 4 Blodge Step, some guard vampires. It's very powerful, but it takes a lot of leveling to get there.
Yeah, and no deaths.
And no deaths. I mean, they have regen and you have an Apo, so.
Yeah.
Hopefully deaths are less likely. Anyway. Yeah, we've looked at the 1 level. No one else has gone. Yeah?
Yep.
Next game.
Yeah.
No, predictions. Did we do predictions this one?
Predictions.
No, we've not done that. So, Yeah, Nibelungen, Pyro, and Riff Cannon all predicted this one. I need to go onto this screen first, though. There we go. So what did I say? Nibelungen goes up to 5.
Pyro.
Pyro also goes up to 5. Riff goes up to 2. And who's the fourth person? Nibelungen, Pyro, Ravers.
Yep, Ravers.
Also goes up to 2. Leaving only the co-caster and the 2 people who missed a week. Or 2 weeks. Anyway.
I'm never going to hear the end of this one, am I?
No. Well, you are once you start catching up. So, next we have the beautifully edited video that was sent in by Rob Top, because it is the Amazons against the High Elves of...
It's now me, Ravers, and Harmall that have missed week 1.
Oh, yes, and you. Yes, of course. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, talking of which, Rob Top's video. So
Cool.
I'm not sure if there was supposed to be sound, but there isn't sound. So, apologies for the silence. But it starts off with Roxana showing both her, wonderful use by, Agi 5 dodging into cages. Not just once, not just twice, but possibly 3 times. And also her ability to attract skulls and ones. So I'd like to point out he tried to re-roll both of those.
Loner, yeah.
Both the loners were 1s. And here we have a dodge from tackle. That was also a 1. Into death! 3, Rob says 3 surf attempts. I knew this might happen. And some beautiful wipes, by the way. Reminds me of Star Wars.
Yeah.
Harmall with his cheating thrower, who's got strength 4 and plus movement, sacking the Amazon. Harmall scoring on his drive, which I noticed the Amazons don't bother to show. Just like the entire high elf drive was the Zons failing their surfs with with what's her name, with Roxana. But yeah, and we do see some 3 dead high elves is also pretty impressive. But it looks like a bit of a melee. Was this caused?
Scrap there.
Yeah, was this caused by an attempt to stall? Just showing the important bits. Lol. Important bits from Zon perspective.
Yeah.
And there we have a block without block, therefore can't take the both down.
Would you have re-rolled anyway there? Even if they weren't going down?
It's turn 2, actually. Yeah. That was the penultimate turn. He should have re-rolled.
Yeah. He did re-roll.
Oh, he did re-roll.
He re-rolled it into a push because he didn't have block.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. I would have. But
it was, would you have re-rolled anyway? Because
Yeah.
I think you would have done anyway.
Yeah, you're right. I would have.
If they weren't going down.
Yeah. Yep, and another dodge failure.
Failed.
But the
Do
pickup
the tackle.
also snakes. So a game of a lot of 1s. It was a great, it made for a beautiful story, I've got to say.
But I'm guessing something happens here, though.
Yeah. The elves roll another 1 into both downs. So I think they were going.
I've seen the score.
Oh, is it a long? Did I stop watching the clip before this point?
I think you might have done, because there's an elf down there waiting for the ball.
High elves and they're... Oh yes, yeah. There we go. I did watch this. I just forgot. I purged it from my mind. My 2 least favourite races facing each other.
Why don't you like the best elves?
Because they make noises all the time and it irritates me.
Yeah, I don't like those noises.
Yeah.
See? And he scored in the centre of the pitch as well, as you should.
As you should. But yeah. a lovely video.
Yep.
You should, Rob. You should host that on YouTube so people can see it. But there are a lot of ones. And Rob says 2 games now on turn 16 snakes. To be fair, was that last one, the last snake, was it a 1 in 9 snake? Like it could, a 2 would have also failed, right?
It might have been one of the Agi-up Zons.
Okay. Whoop.
Sorry, no, there are still 2 Agi-up Zons.
Yeah. But yeah, that video, awesome. I'm showing a little bit more of it.
Yeah.
Partly because I couldn't find the off button.
Oh, 2 would have failed as well, so it's 1 in 9s.
Yeah, 1 in 9s. I thought so.
But then the ball was only there because the elves failed the dodge out, which would have been a snake to fail. Unless there was tackle I didn't see. But
there were a lot of. I mean, that clip
there was a lot
alone,
of failures down there.
Yeah, that clip alone showed a lot of 1 in 36s. Whether that's what what they were attempting or not was, is beside the point, isn't it? Still a lot of 1s were rolled.
Yeah. Lots of 1s from both teams.
Lots of 1s. But yeah, great clip. Thank you very much, Rob, and concise as well.
It's showing off. He recaps 3B. This is what you could have won if you didn't get us. You could have got fancy clips for every game, apparently.
Yeah, that's what I used to do when I still cared.
That's what you're supposed to think, not what you're supposed to say.
Sorry. And I'm also honest.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But look at those skulls.
It's a bit of a shame that losing the kick piece is annoying.
And the MVP landing on the dead lone alignment. So
also annoying. And the blitzer dying again. It's pretty annoying.
But go on, what are you going to say?
I dread to think what the stats are now. If we had carried on counting during the first week, we were counting up in the High Elf Discord how many deaths we'd suffered, and yeah, it was something stupid. And if we'd counted this week as well, oh god,
it's pretty good.
Through the roof. No, not pretty good.
And also, I've only just kind of did I not look at these team names, or I like Augusto, Pino Chain Push, and Benito Must All in It. I like as well. Yeah, very good. But they both leveled. So the secondary thrower, I assume, is he actually going to build a real thrower with him and give him accurate, or is he going to give him leader? What do you think? Do you know? Has this been discussed?
I don't actually know. But I think he's still going to go for the standard skills first. So either block or dodge.
Keep him alive.
Build him normally, and then build out to be a thrower. Potentially later, once he's got a few more skills.
See, I don't really like having throwers and catchers as like most of the teams where I like the catchers, I build the catchers as sackers essentially.
You still build some of the catchers as sackers on this team,
but I still wouldn't build a thrower. Okay, then you're right. I hate throwers.
Fair enough.
So I don't like building throwers with accurate, especially ones who already have Agi 4. Just he's got an Agi 4 movement 7 player and Agi 4 movement 8 players. You can get almost all the way down the pitch with those players without having to pass further than 3 squares. If you have to pass further than 3 squares,
throwing.
Yeah, but if you have to throw further than 3 squares, you're not planning correctly. That's what I say.
Fair enough.
Anyway,
I still think it should be block or dodge first, probably. I think he's going to build him as utility first, and then as a thrower later, potentially.
I just saw what Ravers said. It's almost like calling your player Adolf is bad karma.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I mean, that is one of the nice things about naming your team after horrible people is when they die, you don't feel quite as bad. Maybe.
Yeah.
Have I mentioned the team where I named it after family members? Anyway.
I'm sure that went well for them.
Yeah, well, family, as in...
Your poor family.
I am one of the players. My father is one of the players. My son is one of the players. And having your son die is very unpleasant. Just saying. So, he has since been...
He wasn't that bothered.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
But yeah. For me, it was. Anyway, and the catcher who's got blodge and diving tackle, I'm assuming is getting sidestep now, right?
He's got to get sidestep shortly.
But anyway, yeah, going back to the original point, which was I don't like building throwers. If I had a second thrower, it would be to give him leader. So I'd give him leader straight away and ignore block and dodge. And he'd be a leader.
I think he's going to go utility, but I could understand accurate if he wants to throw.
Yeah, I don't like accurate so far. But you know,
Let's have a quick look.
But I'm not playing high elves. Maybe if you play high elves, you want to get accurate.
You like passing?
Yeah, exactly. Yep, he's gone for accurate, and he's gone for sidestep.
Awesome.
High elf.
What?
I mean, like kickoff return is better than accurate. How about that? Kickoff return getting you 3 squares closer to where you need to be. In the long run, means you have to throw it less, which means it has the similar effect, and you get to protect the ball. See, better than accurate.
But you can have more fun throwing it further.
But with kickoff return, you can also then go catch or diving catch. Not worry about sure hands, and then also have a catch thrower to vanity pass between your throwers. which is a serious tactic I like for quite a lot of teams. You know, put catch on both your throwers for elves. It's hilarious.
It sounds fun. But
you know,
I don't hate accurate anywhere near as much as you do.
Yeah, true. Okay, fine.
You don't play high elves if you don't like passing sometimes.
I mean, I've played high elves, but only because I try and play everyone.
Yeah.
Not because I like passing. Passing is bad, okay? Have you not learned in Blood Bowl, passing is bad.
It's fun.
It's more chances to lose the ball. That's how it works. Anyway.
It's going to happen anyway.
Anyway.
The negative opinion on it.
Yeah.
It'll happen eventually anyway.
True. Anyway, Zons, other than poor Roxy dying, actually come out of this quite well.
I'm guessing Big Rita's got guard.
Yeah, you got a kill already.
Surely.
And a nice MVP, by the way, to Big Kathy.
Yeah.
Worth mentioning. I feel like my cartoony hatred of Zons is softening in this season. I've not been managing to. Oh, it's not guard.
What? Is it not guard?
No, it's not guard.
Oh, for God's sakes. I've just seen what it is as well. Oh, no.
Yay, plus strength.
It's back up to 2 strength and 2 agi again.
I mean,
the traditional Zon format.
I mean, like, Zons, one of the reasons I hate Zons is because they've all got the same stat line. And so, anything to change the stat line is better. Ray, Dimmy, how are you?
I don't see it that way because the Zon team that was in my division last season had 2 strength ups and 2 agi ups as well, and Rob Tops had 2 strength ups and 2 agi ups all season. So they've still got the same stat lines.
I mean, Rob's missing
the 2 teams have.
Rob's missing the plus movement player, which I think you had as well, right? There's usually a plus movement Zon in there as well.
I don't think there was a plus movement one in there.
Okay.
Not until the playoffs, maybe.
Oh, I'm thinking about Scold. Scold in UKBBL is my, is my. He only has 1 plus strength and no agi ups, but he does have plus movement. He is also keeping currently a movement busted, a double movement busted, armor busted catcher woman, which I don't agree with. But anyway.
That's a weird choice.
Yeah. He keeps getting murdered though, so maybe he wants more bench and he's spending all his money to keep players and he keeps getting murdered. It's sad times for Zons. He says clearly with laughter in his voice. Scold is a really good player as well.
Soul full of joy.
I think he plays Zons at TT to a very high level. But his UKBBL Zons are getting murdered every week, and it's hilarious. I mean, it's not good for tipping. Like I basically at the beginning of the season said, "Oh, he's going to win the." He was the Danish champion. There you go, Skuld, or Robbo Skuld. Yeah, he's a very very good player, and he does play. He definitely plays Zons in res format, and he's playing Zons in perpetual UKBBL. And
they're very different then, aren't they?
Yeah, they're very different. And I feel like part of his losing is because he's playing them like a res team, and they're getting murdered every week. But yeah.
I thought that was meant to be the fate of all Amazons in Eternal Leagues.
Yeah, like the level to which he's getting murdered is even more so than like you'd
What
imagine.
should be
Yeah,
expected?
exactly. You know, and he's not even. There's like one dwarf in our team, in our division, and one chorf, and he's still getting murdered by like the tackleless Nurgle team and the
Oh,
and my rats didn't have any tackle when I just pitch cleared him as well. So that was last season.
what? Oh dear.
Yeah, but anyway.
So
Predictions for
yeah.
High Elves versus Zons. Well, XCam, Nibbanen, Pyro, Raver, Toby, Spoon, and G-Cell all predicted that the way that this would go.
Harmore was going to win.
Harmore was going to win, which, you know, I feel slightly bad for Rob, but, you know, fine.
It's probably because you voted for Rob.
Yeah, I voted for Rob.
Put everyone else off the idea.
Yeah, well, possibly, yeah. And Harmel is I mean, to be fair, this one wasn't.
Harmore voted for a draw on it, so
he's also a recapper, so perhaps he believes in the recapper curse or something. So, you know, XCam Nibbanen. This being in alphabetical order really makes this a lot easier. Pyro, Raver.
Was that a hint?
Toby. What? Why was that a hint? What?
That you want me to put mine in?
Oh no! You don't need to because this is I know where to look. So I'm looking at your list first and then going on to this one. Does that make sense? And
Yeah,
G-Cell there. Also, I'm dyslexic though, so the alphabetical thing only works to a certain level.
Fair enough.
Okay, so last and very much not least is XCam's Pro Elves against Chaos.
Nibbanen's Rilith Dreamers.
The Rilith Dreamers, yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll show the schedule now. Oh, game has been played. Oh, that was my game. I've played this. Have I played this week? Yes,
You have.
I played yesterday. Yeah. Okay. So 2-1 to the Pro Elves.
Yep.
And
They came out fairly lightly.
they came out fairly lightly. I mean,
only one missed next game.
Only one missed next game, but that is an awful lot of red crosses next to names in general. Right?
It's not that many.
Yeah, and the missed next game is, you know, a pretty nice.
It's on an important player, yeah.
Yeah, player.
The only player that actually got a perm was the loner,
yeah,
who also got the MVP. But
how did they win this game 2-1 with 5 players at the end of the game?
Elf nonsense
is, you know, a real question.
Did he manage to go 2-0 up? Maybe.
Yeah, probably went 2-0 up and then
got murdered.
Yeah, exactly. Dead Beastman getting MVP. Lol.
So, hang on, so the players, right, yep, Agi down, lineman, loner lineman got the MVP, and the Dead Beastman got the MVP.
Excellent.
So both players lost the MVPs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming he's not buying.
Oh, I think he said he scored with 2 elves on the pitch.
That is excellent. Yeah.
That sounds like XCam. Yeah.
Received 6 KOs and 7 CAS. So from a total of 12 players. No, from a total of 11 players, 13 removals.
Yep.
That's pretty good going. But, you know, against this team, not that surprising.
Nope. Not at all.
But maybe Nibbanen did the what I'm going to say is the Zinj thing and overcommitted to murder. Got some nice SPP out of it. Even losing the MVP.
Even losing the MVP, you still got a decent amount.
Yeah, 14, 15, and an Inception in there as well.
7 injuries. Well, casualties.
Yeah,
wow.
7 CAS,
And an interception.
So are we saying that if that interception hadn't happened, it might have been 3-1 rather than 2-1 as well?
Is that saying now the Zinj thing?
I mean, it will be like despite like all my other games against Zinj being him playing elves and elving really well, I'm still going to describe overcommitting to the murder as a Zinj thing, as like for at least a week, maybe 2 weeks. We'll see.
Could even be the season.
Could even be a season. We'll see. But anyway, a warrior level and a beastman level. No beastman level because he died. The warrior level, he has mighty blow and guard.
I'm guessing he's going to go claw.
Maybe he's not.
Not sure if it's the right thing, but I think he will.
I think 3 claw is enough.
Hmm.
I think this should be
like stand firm or
I
something.
think this
maybe?
should be stand firm or tackle, and he's got 3 tackles, so he doesn't really need more tackle. But you know, some tackle wouldn't. Like,
Timmy says claw all day. I think it's going to be claw, having played him.
What, having played Nivenon?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was getting some guard because just in case there was lots of fight teams when he went up the division. And the only reason why he wasn't getting more kill skills the previous division was because that we were all elves.
Yeah. Right. Raven says stand firm as well. I think guard will keep your team alive longer, and stand firm will help you win more games. Claw.
Yeah.
Is what he's gone for.
Yep.
But you know, fine.
Oh, missed next game on the claw piling on warrior.
So
his opponent will be happy next week.
Oh yeah, no. Yep.
I don't know who he's playing yet, but
well, talking of which, let's go on to that. So I have played my game already.
Typical Chaos Coach. Yes.
I mean, it's not that simple, no, because there are quite a lot of very good Chaos Coaches who don't do that. My first thought is Viking Cop, who is a very, very good Chaos Coach and does not go blanket claw mighty blow on everyone, and in fact has a very good Chaos team in the with things like tentacles and other skills and other not all killers.
Yeah, Sage does the same, doesn't he? I think as well.
Well, like basically, yeah. It's like killers are important to the Chaos game, but if you invest too much in killing and then fail to kill, you're wasting a lot of TV, and that will lose you games.
Yeah.
Whereas control skills like stand firm and guard are a lot more likely to win you games. Maybe you need.
They're a lot more difficult to circumvent through. Well, bad dice won't screw them.
Well, it's more difficult. You have to play better with them as well.
Yeah.
Just saying. So like, there's mindless bash where you just go kill everything, and you're gonna win if the dice are with you, and you're gonna lose if the dice are against you. But more positional, better playing, there's
definitely more nuance in it.
Yeah, exactly. And control skills are good. Especially if you're facing someone with a natural one-turner, and those tents and stuff on the line and whatever, and stand firm is going to win games for you. Anyway,
going to give people problems. Yep.
Next week, I have already played Pyro.
I would vote for the Khemri there.
Well,
continuing my theme of voting for Khemri and voting against you.
Would you now?
Twin themes.
I did put the predictions bot up in the predictions channel on time, and I did ping everyone, so everyone can vote. Yeah, may have been. Remember yesterday when I said, "Hey, I've set up new things that I've set up new what are they called? Roles."
I was in hell of my own making yesterday afternoon.
Oh, true. Yes. Yeah. True. But anyway, no. So yeah, no. I was also just realizing I might have pinged everyone about having done it around the time that I messaged you saying I should include you in the ping that I've just set up.
Yeah.
Without actually telling you what the ping was about, which was that I set up the betting thing.
The predictions for the week.
So a lot of people have already actually predicted, and I did do my predictions yesterday. before I played my game to make sure that I didn't cheat or whatever, and I may change them while we talk about games that haven't happened. But go on then. Have you clicked on the predictions thing for
Pyro?
Pyro yet?
Yeah, I have.
I'm going to show you now that Pyro did in fact beat me.
I think it does fall fairly in line with my current voting techniques of voting against you and voting for the Khemri.
Yeah, no, that's why I didn't whine about it too much. I totally agree. You almost certainly would have.
There might be one game this season where I vote for you. I don't know which one yet, but maybe.
There might be one. There
maybe
can be
against
only
one.
Anyway.
So
yes.
Marvel versus Will of Dreamers?
Yes, indeed. So that's
as we're approaching 21:59.
Yeah, that's the Lizards against the Claw Chaos.
Yep.
Now, the bot favours the Lizards, and yesterday I voted for the Lizards, but having seen all the Claw on the Chaos, I'm second guessing myself and thinking maybe Chaos should win this, right?
I'm going to vote for Nibbenen because he's been in my division the past 2 seasons before this one. A big part of the reason there.
I think yeah, go on, sorry.
And I think that Lizards do struggle somewhat against claw-heavy teams if they fire.
I think both coaches are good coaches. I think I've played against them both. I think Upme is actually a better coach. No offense to Nibbenen. I think Nibbenen's as good a coach as me, but I think Upme is like that slightly step higher type thing. So I'm going to stick with my vote for the Lizards. Actually,
fair enough. All right. He's doing good work with a considerably less leveled Lizard team than any of the other teams in the division.
Yeah. I guess we should have a look at the leaderboard.
He's still getting decent results and stuff, which is impressive.
Yeah, I mean it's only week. It's coming on to week 3, so yeah. I mean,
but a win and a draw when every other team seems to have played a lot more games than him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or
because he's come straight from Div 5 up to Div 3, and most of these teams have been around for a while now. They're at least 2 seasons.
Yeah, I think he's a good coach.
Yeah,
I'm going to stick with the Lizards. All right, so next is XCAMs 1066 and all that against We Are Zons. Now this is interesting because I have a feeling. Yeah.
How did that go last season? As we were recapping them then as well.
That's a good point. I think 1066 won that one.
That might have been one of his mad scoreline ones. 3-1 to 1066.
Yeah. I actually think he had more tackle then, though. And I think the Zons were slightly bloatier, so I think he might have even had a wizard. Whereas this game, he's got 1 tackle. And that's 9. Is that 9? Yeah, that's 9 players. So he's going to actually be... Well, he can buy something. He's got money. So that's 50 off. So that's 1680, right? And the Zons are 1220. I assume they're getting some...
They must be getting some extra players, surely.
They're 1320 with loaners. So that's pretty good.
But the player that's missing is not ideal.
No, I mean, they've still got some Agi, and it's the Agi on the kickoff return player. They've still got a killer, which against Pro Elves is good. They're missing guard, which against Pro Elves is going to make absolutely no difference whatsoever. I think I want the Zons to win this. I've already voted for XCAM though.
Oh, I voted for a draw because
no one else had.
Everyone was voting for XCAM, yeah, and no one else had.
I'm gonna stick with with my vote from yesterday. Yeah, I'll stick with XCAM. Oh, I don't know.
Sorry, Rob Top. I'm only going to vote for you once this season, and it's probably going to be against Corn Knight.
Yeah, that is a lot of inducements. With that amount of inducements, you should be able to cause some damage.
Although Roxana's dead now, so
Don't get Roxana. Roxana is shit. Like, I don't understand. Like, yeah, don't get Roxana. She's not going to help you.
what are your opinions on Zara?
I mean, Zara's good, but she's not going to help you in this either. You
No.
want a wizard, bribes, and a dirty player, and maybe a little bit of bench, but they're not going to be hurting. The elves are not going to be hurting Zons,
Yeah.
are they?
Giselle says go Roxana.
Yeah. Yeah, he said go Roxana before I started my anti-Roxana diatribe.
Doesn't sound like a terrible plan, Rob Top. Dirty player, 2 bribes.
Yeah, that'd be my. That's what I like the idea of. Try and kill some elves, because that's the problem is the elves living. Yeah.
Yeah, but then he scored with 2 players against Nibbenen.
Well, you know, try and stop that.
Something's gone wrong there.
Yeah, try and stop that from happening as well. Yeah.
Merc dirty player 130 chainsaw instead.
I don't like chainsaws very much because Merc Dirty Player is adding 1 to an injury, whereas the chainsaw is only adding to armor rolls, and like that's not gonna act. That's not what like look at the tables for removals, and the effect of a chainsaw is to get more stuns and not more removals. I way prefer Dirty Player.
I suppose with the chainsaw though, you can foul with it on its own.
And also it's loner, and it has to roll a
Yeah.
d6 every time it blocks.
It's true.
Or fouls.
But it means you don't have to commit as much to try to get the fouls off.
Yeah, true. Yeah, exactly.
But a killer and a sacker won't be blitzing, so you'd be potentially fouling with it.
Yeah, and then you might as well be fouling a Dirty Player rather than chainsaw. In my opinion.
Again, I think it depends on whether or not you think you can have the spare players to be able to commit to giving some extra assists.
That's true.
Whereas with the chainsaw, it can go on its own and foul on its own with only like 1 assist or something, and still probably break armor
against
most
elves.
of the time.
Against pro elves, no assists. You know.
Yeah.
A chainsaw foul against a
4
a pro
or
elf
something, isn't it?
Is 5. Yeah, 5. Maybe.
4 or 5. Yeah. Rather than having to commit 2 players to being in that area.
Yeah.
When you might need to be scattering a bit more.
Pyro mentions look at Corn Knight's last game for Dirty Player power.
That's just Kemri.
Yeah, but basically he had no bribes and you know, didn't get sent off very much. But anyway,
I want to look at those stats now.
Yeah, there was a point like it was 2-1, and my 1 was scored with a very small number of players. I can't remember how many. So even less than I had against Zinj. But yeah, it was anyway. We're going to talk about that game next week.
We need to talk about we need to talk about more.
Yep. So are we done? We've done. Yep. So next is Harmel's 2+ Supreme Leaders against Dullfang's Vampires. Ooh. This is 2 teams who I don't think like holding onto the ball and will just be. Very interesting. 1480 Harmel's High Elves, although he does only have 8 players, so that's actually
another 210k. So
yeah, 1690 against the Vamps, who are on 1840.
They've got enough players,
but it does mean they're giving away 100. So exactly the amount for a wizard.
Yep. they'll be dropping that 10k, won't they? They won't be on 160.
But you know, yeah. I assume
So-
Harmall's getting a wizard.
Yeah, without some significant roster restructuring. Because even if you drop just one Thrall, he could still get the wizard with the amount that he's got in his bank.
Yeah.
You'd have to drop 2 Thralls, and at that point, I don't think that's worth it.
And
I'm not sure it'd be one would be worth it, to be honest with you.
no, yeah. He's not gonna drop thralls. More, you know,
No.
you need that number of players if you're playing vampires. More, if anything, you want more players. You know, push it.
Yeah.
Like 14 is the minimum, right? For
Yeah,
vampire
I
games.
agree. In case something horrible happens, like what happened against the Dark Elves last week,
Yeah.
where they all get KO'd straight away. It's like they're fouls.
Yep.
I do have a dirty player.
But Harmall does have a mighty blow player to do some damage with. And he is the king of last minute wins in my experience. I have voted for Harmall. I think he'll do all right in this.
I've voted for Harmall as much as anything else in High Elf solidarity.
Yeah, NB. He also has been streaming quite a lot of the division, or a few at least, of the division games. So you know,
that's cool.
Yeah, if you want to see the games, like you know, throw him a follow, and I think more or less most of the division have by this point. But you know,
I think I've got him somewhere on here.
Yeah.
Do I?
But yeah, he's even been streaming games that you know aren't where he's not playing. You know, he's streaming everyone's games.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
always makes it more fun.
Anyway, yep. So I've gone for Harmall. All right. So next is Ravers Serpent Inner against Organized Crisis's Dazzle Wagstars. So where are we? Oh, the 1970 Dark Elves, and that's with only 11 players against 1810 Orcs with 13 players. One of them's a light dirty player.
Gonna be a tough one.
Not sure. I assume they'll get a bribe for their inducements rather than a wizard.
I think so.
And go for killing and throwing a goblin. And I have already
they
gone.
They could induce a second goblin as ammo.
Yeah, they could do.
To throw at the players, throw at the cage. I don't think it's a good idea for winning, but it's quite fun.
Well, the bot favours Ravers, and 9 out of the 9 people who voted have voted for Ravers in this game.
I think you'll find I've already voted for Organized Crisis.
Okay, so there you go. The 10th person is Spoon, who's very kindly voting Orc.
Famously good at this prediction game.
I did vote for myself against Pyro, along with 4 other people who got it wrong.
You've let them down.
Even the Orc coach has voted for Ravers.
One of those, the pessimists. The eternal pessimists.
Yeah. And so no changing votes, Organised Crisis, XCAM, or whoever the 2 others are. One other.
Yeah, I was going to say one's the spike bot.
Yeah, one.
Are we meant to be naming and shaming here?
No, I'm just making sure that they don't change their votes after. I'm watching. Anyway, next is Zinj's Fecal Fantasy.
It was
7
Harmall
against Blood Horse, Rift Cannon's Blood Horse. This one's a bit closer. The bot actually favours Blood Horse. And I did and ah about this a bit. I think that Zinj is going to win by dint of the difference that Foul Appearance gives Nurgle.
Yeah.
That's what pushes it over the edge to me. So they both have enough Claw Mighty Blow.
Well, he has a kill. Zinj has a killer as well as what? Another 5 Claw Mighty Blows, is it? Or
Yeah.
4? Which is a lot.
I mean, and the Rift Cannon only has 2 Claw Mighty Blow piling ons, but they do have piling on.
Part of my reason for voting for Zinj on it is that he's probably due a bounce back game where the sort of number of casualties goes back towards a median after his game against you, where he didn't hurt as many people.
Yeah, fair. But yeah, I'm sticking with Zinj for this one. There's a few draws on this one as well.
If you're going to go for a draw, that would probably be the game you'd go for a draw on.
Yeah, I guess.
Chaos Dwarf versus Nurgle. That normally has draw written all over it, if neither team gets an advantage through killing.
Yeah. Although the
if their armors hold up, then a draw seems very likely.
I don't know, the 2+ movements on the Chorf team, where one of them's strength 5, blodge, break tackle. I mean, I'm looking forward to playing Rift Cannon.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't think we've played before, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this team actually plays.
Fair.
We will see. And last but not least is Toaster Baits, the Byzantine Bashers against Chug's Underworld.
Underworld.
I actually chose a draw in this one. That might have been just because I was flicking through it quickly and felt like I hadn't chosen any draws yet, rather than any kind of real logic.
Well, what you're going to see? Maybe Skitter, maybe Glart. One of those two. Skitter or Glart, probably as a star player.
I mean,
Wizard.
Normally you'd go Glart, but you don't really want Glart to get Claw Mighty Blow straight away.
No.
Yeah.
Skitter's really nice. Because you could probably go Skitter and a Wizard with the differences there. With Knuckles Altar, I think Skitter's fairly cheap.
Sorry, it is at Toaster Baits.
No, it's at Toaster Baits
Stadium, so I keep pressing
maybe you can't afford both.
Well,
230 probably can't afford both of those then. 230 is it?
He does have 140 and change, so he could afford it if he spends loads of money. But with Underworld,
probably not worth it this early in the season.
With Underworld, there's always the fear of
collapse.
Yeah.
Complete team death.
The Underworld team do look pretty solid. Anyway, so have you picked?
I picked Underworld.
I'll stick with my draw.
Fair.
Only one tackle on the Chaos, but that's effectively tackle Mighty Blow against goblins, isn't it? Because of Stunty.
Where Wrestle though, which not great against the goblins.
But block is also good against goblins.
Yes, block is good against goblins.
Whereas Chug does have 2 full-on killers.
Yep.
Natural born killers. So
full glass cannon.
Both of them could remove each other.
Hang on, what do you mean 2? He's got 3. You're not counting the goblin.
Yeah, sorry, 3.
There's a natural killer.
Natural killer, obviously. Okay, so we're looking forward to Chug killing a Chaos Warrior with a goblin blitz with horns and claw.
He's got the guard troll now, so it doesn't necessarily have to be an uphill. It could be a 1 dice.
Yeah, could be.
That might be why he's got the troll there for goblin blocks, goblin blitzes.
Who wants to take the bet that Snabbit the Beast Man, who is 1 SPP away from getting block, claw, piling on Mighty Blow as a proper stack, dies in this game?
I'm not going to wish that on him.
No, just saying, it might happen. But yeah,
I think he'll get a miss next game.
3 dies when you've got enough guard and block and horns to get strength 4 blitzes. He should be getting a Kaz against some goblins with in this game, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
With block.
But that's the same thing with pretty much any team. They should be getting Kaz's against goblins.
Yeah.
Even elves should be getting Kaz's against goblins.
Yes. Anyway, done. Yeah.
Cool. Yep.
Awesome.
Done. All good. Pretty early to be looking at the leaderboard, but it's pretty interesting.
Yeah. 3 teams who are still unbeaten.
4. Oh no, 3.
Yeah, Pyro.
Pyro's up there because he lost his first one, was it?
I don't know, but
I think it's his first game.
Yeah.
He lost his Eng.
Mm-hmm. And 2 of us in the middle who were in the middle, but now I've lost. I'll be dropping significantly further down the pitch by the end of the thing.
Probably going down to about 9th-ish. 8th, 9th with 1-1-1.
I mean, 1-1-1 should put you dead in the middle, shouldn't it? I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Might depend on the scores of the other people that got the 1-1-1.
Depends on how many draws there are, doesn't it? Of course.
Yeah.
Anyway. But yeah, early in the season.
According to our predictions, not many draws.
Yeah. True.
Although it never works out that way.
No. Well, visibly, there have been 2 draws out of 15 games.
Yep.
So, not that many draws. Anyway, I am going to do my OCC recap with Ethelred if he's around. And he's not in chat, so maybe he's waiting for me to ping him.
He's playing Total War according to Discord.
Yeah, that's
that sounds about right.
Yeah, that was anyway. But yeah, I'm going to pause for a few minutes, and thank you, Spoon, for your joining me for this 3-hour recap.
Yeah, it's pretty long again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 3 hours. Oh God.
And thank you for
so much for our fast recap.
Well, it was fast. Well, a bit less than 3 hours.
It was normal speed.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was exactly the same speed as the previous 2.
Yeah. Okay, and thank you everyone who was here. I'm going to go and grab some water and be back hopefully for my OCC recap with Ethelred in 5 minutes or so. If it's longer, I might host someone. But anyway, we'll be back in a minute. Cheers.
Cool. Cheers, guys.
Bye.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the OCC Season 16 Division 2A and 2B recappy thing with me, Cornite. Well, me, Ethelred, and the host, Cornite. Say hello, Cornite.
Hello, Cornite. I was gonna try and do like an impression of your voice, but
Go on then, try it.
well, I try. This is it. I can't. You don't really have an accent to mimic, do you?
Too much of the Queen's English or something. I'm sure Americans would notice an accent. Anyway.
Well, yeah. I mean, everyone knows an accent, don't they? It's just that it's hard to replicate because it's not particularly strong to an English ear.
Okay. I mean, you're hardly all black country and whatever, but
no.
There's a twang though, isn't there?
Sometimes.
Say Dudley Road.
Dudley Road. Yeah.
Lenny Henry used to have a bit about Dudley Road in his stand-up.
Well, he's famously from Dudley, isn't he?
Yeah. So it makes me laugh every time. Anyway, all right. So, the last couple of weeks have been largely about your division. We're going to start with my division. Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
And I have looked at least 2 games.
Wow.
This week because, and I've even made clips from 2 games.
Unprecedented.
Yeah. Oh, the first. Okay, so I can't remember what they are though. So I'm just going to play the first one, which is.
What? Just straight away without any intro.
Without intro, I can't even remember who it is. So it's hard to. It's
That's a level of planning.
It's a level of planning.
Admirable.
Yeah, well, it's it's a start. Did I? Oh no, I did make notes. I've got a secret channel that I put notes in.
Wow.
Ah, okay. So the first game is Crystal Hunters Jacks of All Trade against Engelbert Hex's Nurgle.
Ah, right. So we've crossed streams with Engelbert Hex before, haven't we?
Yeah, he was in your division last season?
He was in my division last season, yeah.
And Crystal was in my Rebel division, not last season, the season before.
So humans versus Nurgle, approximately the same TV.
The humans actually had a wizard and a loner, so
okay. So someone was MNG and come back, I'm guessing.
I think it was one of the blitzers. I think it's one of. It was one of the. It might have been the Blodge Mighty Blow blitzer that was MNG,
right.
Or maybe
sitting out.
Oh no, it was the killer. It was the killer, wasn't there? I think one of the blitzers was definitely missing.
Okay. Wi-Fi, hello.
Hey, Wi-Fi, how are you? I saw complaining from Wi-Fi in I think.
Oh, he's really down on his luck, isn't he, at the moment? He's hasn't won a game for 3 months or something. A year.
Didn't he? You're exaggerating now. He said he won yesterday.
Oh.
So the lucks are changing. And
we've got a game to organise, him and I.
Oh really? What is he your next opponent?
He's my next pony opponent. Yeah.
Ah, from Pony.
And neither of us can qualify, so it's just for honour.
Is it the last game of the season?
Yeah.
Did you hit Wi-Fi? Did you just hear that ping noise? Because if so, that means that the OCC pings are audible to what's it? Anyway, so yeah, Wi-Fi heard it. Okay, cool. Good to know. Pony, where he has 0 wins. So you're facing each other, and it's Swiss. How many wins do you have, Ethel?
No, I've got 1 draw, but I've only played 2 games.
Oh really? Oh wait, did you?
I stood in for I think it was a US coach who couldn't make the times, or his life changed or something.
Yeah, didn't realise what the.
I can't quite remember. Always computer blow up, or it was either computer blow up, life changed, or time zones.
Or couldn't be bothered.
Yeah. I can't remember who his star is. Who's your star, Wi-Fi? While he types that in, I've got Hackflem, who was useless against Gav.
Well,
UK BBL the other week.
Oh yeah, I've watched some of that.
Yeah, I think you did, didn't you?
Yeah, because he was streaming it on his. You played it in the slot where he normally does his UK BBL show.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. But basically, Hackflem's not actually very good.
No.
And you were playing him you're playing with him against someone who specializes in rat teams. So, if there's anyone who knows how to defeat him and how bad he can be, I'd imagine it was Gav.
Gav, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was Brett's, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was Brett's, yeah. Who did he have?
Willow.
He had Willow, yeah.
He's not bad. He's all right. Strength 4 goes a long way, doesn't it?
I think also...
And sidestep.
Mm-hmm. She's much underrated, largely because, she has very specific use, which is getting punched.
Yeah.
And usually, when you're hundreds of TV down, you don't really want a star player to get punched.
No.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
But she's great for halflings and wood elves when they need.
Yeah, just form a mini roadblock, isn't it? Just an annoyance that your opponent hopefully will focus on instead of your good players.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I actually kind of prefer her in some ways to Deep Root.
It's more mobile
for cost as well. Anyway, so get wizard. Nurgle don't respect. Oh yeah, of course. So the kick is deep, and Nurgle have no one back whatsoever.
Right.
And obviously, Crystal Hunter pushes down the side towards the ball.
Okay.
The Nurgle 1 in 9 the pickup.
Right.
Admittedly, after taking all the blocks. So you know,
every possible block was made.
Every possible block was made. Then
lots of removals.
No, not very many removals at all. In fact, what does he have lots of claw or does he not? I don't remember. No, he doesn't. He only has one claw mighty blow.
Yeah, he didn't have that much.
But he's but hits are still hits still hit, right?
Hits still hit, yeah.
And then.
Oh, hi Mongloom as well, by the way.
Hey Mongloom.
Yeah, and Wi-Fi Quetzal Leap was my start in, I think, season 1, and I finished second overall. So,
you're very proud.
Hashtag just saying.
Yeah. Because he is a shit coach, a shit star, isn't he?
Yeah.
Possibly the worst. I believe you got Quetzal at the point at which you were saying he's the worst star.
But it's actually all right.
Yeah. So,
okay.
Nurgle do well. So Nurgle don't defend the ball at first, and then they have to rush back to get it. And I think the first clip is this one. Yeah.
Okay.
So here we
roll VT.
Yeah, roll VT as we said. As you can see, the ball is way back.
Yeah.
And not very many Nurgle are back. That Rotter has obviously just moved there. And it's on the sidelines as well.
Could potentially be a nightmare.
If that actually scattered out.
They're all over. It's finished, isn't it?
Yeah, especially the way Crystal plays. He's quite a, risky, charge forward type player. I think. NB, he also has an Agi 5 blitzer.
Yeah, I can see that. So, it's to push the roster out of the way, presumably.
Yep.
Okay. So inconsequential block in the middle.
Yeah. Well, just because I decided to make one clip rather than.
That's fine.
But yeah. The real thing is here we get the blodge step catcher moving next to the ball, and then the Agi 5 blitzer.
Going to go and run and pick it up. Has he got leap? No.
He can't pick it up because that's 2 GFIs to get to where he gets to.
Oh, right. Okay.
So he's one short of being able to reach it.
But his ball's pretty safe there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because no one can really get back. Oh.
Well, so the Nurgle do manage to kind of get the ball up and forward after a while, and the Agi 5 gets surfed because he tries to pick the ball up and double ones it.
Double ones, right? Sure.
In fact, oh wait, here we go. Agi 5, red dicing the rotter onto the ball, and then going for the pickup in 2 tackle zones, but that's still a 4+, 3+.
Yeah.
With Agi 5, but double one.
Ah,
And in a not very good position to be, standing.
served. Oh, at least the beast went stupid.
Mm-hmm. Beast went stupid a lot. The ogre was pretty good, but did bonehead a little bit. But the beast was constantly rolling ones. But it's better than rolling ones with an action that turns you over.
Yeah, that was important. Right, so what happened to the AG5?
He's injured. Oh yeah, Monglu mentions the Crystal Hunter Stadium enhancement, which is the Royal Box.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we talked about this before, didn't we, at the beginning of the season, saying it doubles fan factor?
Yeah, doubles changes from fan factor.
So would get you more cash eventually, or?
It gets you more cash early on because your fan factor goes up faster, so you get the +1 earlier. But later on, it makes no difference at all. And,
you could always swap it then, couldn't you, I suppose?
The effect early on is questionable anyway.
Right, okay. Right, so the ball looks pretty safe there.
It does now, yeah. But basically, the Chaos the Nurgle try and move forward, and they do actually get the ball forward. They do get a scoring threat. Crystal Hunter doesn't knock down the scoring threat. He knocks down the ball, and then the Chaos go for that's the turn before, and then in the actual turn so that's the turn 6 or whatever, and then actually turn 7 is when Crystal Hunter removes the scoring threat, and it's a near 0 drive.
Right.
And then obviously the humans score on their drive, so it's 1-0 to the humans.
1-0 to the humans. Oh, well done, the humans.
Indeed. I don't think they got any levels. I made a lot more notes than that. As you can see, have you seen the OCC channel that only you, me, and Toby can see in the Discord? But yeah, basically, I watched that one game, and lots more happened, but I didn't get a chance to take any more clips.
Okay.
But yeah, the humans did the usual, using their speed to switch sides against the Nurgle, who kept kind of having to move back close one side and then the other.
Yeah.
And ran past them, scored fairly easily. The MVP goes to the mercenary that the Crystal Hunter.
So you can't even hire him.
No, can't hire him. But the Nurgle get a nice one. Not very much in the way of SPP, in fact. So basically,
not much armor break and obviously only a 1-0 as well. So
yeah, and a pass by the Nurgle to get that 1 SPP.
Solid.
Okay. So we're gonna have a look at the next game, which is the Vampires Bloody Oath versus XP81s. 2-2, which is
quite high, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who the coaches?
So there can be only ones is Eldarin.
Yeah.
And Soleil Noir is Bloody Oath, who was my opponent this week.
Okay, so what we got?
2-2, with the Vamps making 2 passes, so obviously going for the scores, and the Chaos managing to keep up.
Okay.
Lots of SPP. For
Oh wow.
Chaos. Jesus, that's
Was there any thralls left on the pitch by the end?
26. This was where it'd be really helpful to have that. What's the webpage thing that show?
Summary.
Because there's Goblin Spy. Wait a
It's on
second.
Goblin Spy, isn't it? So
Yeah. I can get to that page fairly quickly on Goblin Spy because I was already there because I was trying to download the replays and they weren't showing up. But aha, they are now. There we are. I mean, they aren't, but they're in date order. Boom. Oh no, wait, that's just one team. The actual game is that one.
click on the verses. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. A dead thrall, two miss next game players.
Yeah.
One of them's a thrall with. Oh no, yeah, sorry. There's a lot of. Okay, cool. And two badly hurt. So it doesn't sound like.
It doesn't sound like there's enough SPP there.
No. But
Unless there's some regen of the vamps.
oh yeah, it could well be actually, couldn't it?
They got injured, but nothing stuck, as it were.
Yeah. Well, according to this, what? Oh no, that's injury as in not Kaz, isn't it? There we go. So
Armor break. Yeah.
yeah, loads.
3 Cas, 4, 5, 6 Cas caused. But obviously some got better.
Yeah, 7, 2 regen.
That's got a bashy Chaos team, isn't it, that one?
Yeah, a little bit. In fact, we can see that it just says 1 regen. I have a feeling that is
maybe not right.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, cyanide. Okay, next is me.
Oh yeah, what do you get up to?
I won for the
Well done.
3rd time in a row, and you know, spoiler alert, I won this week as well.
Oh, so you're a cock a hoop, as they would say.
Indeed. Part of the reason I want to do this recap because look,
oh, look, you're 4-0 and you haven't lost a game yet.
No, to be fair,
you.
I was. This week was against Solid Noir, and he's not a happy vampire coach. He's really disheartened with his team.
Oh, because they keep not doing anything correctly, and then when they do, they just start feeling bloodlust all over the place.
Yeah, being vampires basically.
Being vamps. That's
and also I think maybe also this applies to Vi-Fi. That thing of when you feel like things are going to go bad.
Yeah, they do.
Well, not only it's more a case of when something goes a little bit bad, you go, "Oh look, that's it, it's over. Oh my god!" And I feel like he said that Solid Noir was like, "Oh, that good game, whatever." At a point where
like turn 3 or something like that.
it wasn't that early, but there was still a lot of the game to come back to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Vi-Fi says he doesn't give up; he just complains. Whereas, how do you pronounce YNWE? Yenwei?
Yenwei?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm imagining he's Welsh. I don't know why.
It's Elvish, isn't it, for something?
Is it? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Know that. I basically killed quite a lot of his team.
Right.
I mean, to be fair, the Mighty Blow plus Agi War Dancer did leap into his own death.
Nice.
And the tree was kind of later on. Oh, that's nice. So in Goblin Spy, I badly hurt the War Dancer, which he appoed in turn 2. Wait, no, he didn't. No, that's a lie. I was going to take a clip of this. Damn it! In fact, wait.
There we go.
Did I actually take a clip of this?
Seen behind the curtain now.
Sorry, accidental. this is turn 1 of my game against Yenwei. However you pronounce that.
Yeah.
And oh yes, so here we go. So with a mighty blow piling on Berserker, and piling on obviously, and
nothing.
Nothing obviously, and then also a normal hit from the diving tackle guy, but then 3 dice from the Yeti, getting a POW, and a lot of the injuries caused against the elves were 3 dice finding POWs.
Old May.
Yeah. But he appos the dodge, wrestle, tackle.
This guy.
Line elf. Yeah.
Oh, why would you do that?
On turn 1, he's like, and I said in chat, do you think that was wise against, Norse?
What did he say? Yeah.
He said, "Oh, that might have been a mistake," and
it was.
It turned out bad idea. So yeah, the war dancer leapt to his own death.
Right.
Strength.
Mighty blow tackle 1 as well.
Yeah, and plus agi. So it was also it was a 2+ after he'd already used a reroll. So like both.
Why would you use an Apo that early though?
I don't know.
I would never do that.
No.
Never.
It was
not turn 1.
Crazy. And on possibly your least important player.
I mean, his Rackle's quite good, but that's not Apo worthy compared to some of the other players he got on there, is it at all?
Yeah, maybe there are 2 other linemen who are worse, right? I'd say kick and wrestle are as important.
Yeah, a kicker's more important than a Rackler, I'd say.
But anyway,
and really, 3 skills on lineman technically bloat, really. So you don't mind, do you? If he goes, because it's a bit easier.
He started the game with a tree, 2 war dancers who were both agi 5, and lots of defensive skills like sidestep and fend.
No good.
And all 4 catchers, which is like unheard of. No one ever plays a Wood Elf team and manages to keep 4 Wood Elves alive. Wood Elf catchers alive.
Not for a long time. No.
So I strength bust one of them.
Just to teach him.
Yeah.
How did the tree die?
That was a foul.
A foul. Beautiful foul.
Wait, it might have been a Yeti. No, I fouled him and then then he stood up and then I yetied him.
Got yetted. Yeah. So 600. What One Gloom says about 600 TV off then that you're not.
Yeah. Basically, he was 2,000 TV before the game, and now he's 1,400. Is pretty much dead on.
Yeah, speed dial to certainly a wizard for the rest of the season, and possibly Eldril.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's a good game. And my Yeti is pretty close to getting...
Don't say it because you know what will happen.
I'm pretty happy with
it'll be a frenzy. Go for it into dead.
I almost never make go for it with the Yeti. It's Yeti sits in the middle of the pitch and looks pretty.
It's in the way. Would May get an Apo?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Turn 1.
Maybe
badly hurt.
Oh no, definitely not. No. It would be a death, and then I'd still consider it because
strength. Or strength bust. I'm guessing.
Or strength bust. Strength bust or death is the same thing basically.
What about minus AV?
Blodge, not it's not too bad. I hope that Yeti doesn't play match day 9, says Mongloom. Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that by that match day 9, I have made the decision about whether I go break tackle or stand firm, or maybe get another double.
You might be in the luxury we against Mongloom. Mm-hmm. You might not even play him because he's so far ahead that because you're winning all your games, it doesn't matter. It's an exhibition game, so you can put your B team in kind of thing.
Put the Yeti on the bench.
Yeah, bench the Yeti.
That's never happening. I did score both the touchdowns on the Ulfwener.
Oh wow!
Leveling it.
Handoffs.
Yeah, of course. But as a sign of how much damage I did to the Wood Elves, that they ran away.
You could risk it.
Yeah.
Right, get the leaderboard up then. Let's have a look at that, so you can crow a bit more about that.
So to be fair, 2 of my 4 wins were against opponents whose team crumbled in front of me. So both Solid Noir's Bloody Oath.
Yeah. Cheers, Mongloom. Good night.
Good night, Mongloom. And Yanwei's Elves both kind of melted in front of me. Hence, both of them I levelled Ulfwener's by handing off 2 touchdowns to one each.
Right.
I've also played the humans who currently haven't won. So, although I've got a good record, I'm not sure that it's going to stay for very long. Yeah.
It'd be nice though, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You got the dream alive still in your mind somewhere?
Yeah, Eldarin's a good coach. I don't think Yanwei's a bad coach. Just his team got destroyed. I'm very nervous of next week's Necro.
Next week, Emilius.
Emilius's Necro, yeah.
Yeah, he's good as well, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. And obviously Crystal Hunter, like that a week after, I think, maybe.
Yeah. Well, I think they're all good coaches there. There's no one who's no one's going to be bad in 2A, are they? Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. So yeah, we will see. Have I done and we've done the predictions thing. Do you want to do some predictions?
Yeah, do some predictions. We didn't do any last week, did we? Because we were quite late. But
also, the prediction spot was broken, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
that API's been a bit iffy, hasn't it? Really.
It's been like Cyanide is so.
Cyanide, isn't it?
Cyanide's API has been broken a lot. So API is the Cyanide bit, and then Spikebot has had some problems as well. I don't know if caused by the API going down.
I imagine so. It's linked.
But RebelNet's also had a bit of problems with weird things showing up and stuff. I don't know.
It's because BB3's coming, isn't it?
That's what it is. You know, lots of people have been like going, "Ooh, I wonder, is this them trying to like switch servers or, you know?" For BB2, they had a beta first, didn't they? And like people who bought BB1 were in the beta. So we've not heard.
Were they?
Yeah,
I thought it was a closed beta, wasn't it?
There was definitely no. There was an early beta. There was a. Wasn't there I'm pretty sure I bought. No way.
Because I'm pretty sure it's an open secret that some people we know are in the closed beta for BB3.
Oh, are they? Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
Aren't they?
I've not spoken to anyone about it.
Right.
But I've not been speaking to those people recently.
Or maybe that's an extrapolation of what we have been discussing with those people.
Oh, okay.
So.
Mm-hmm. It could be. Those people tend to talk like that anyway.
They do, don't they? Yeah. Unfortunately, due to social distancing, we haven't managed to get together in a
pub and get them drunk and to tell us things.
Yeah, but they were right about some of the snotlings, weren't they? So.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, moving on. So this week then, so humans versus medievals, horned harassers.
Yeah.
Humans.
Just
is it up on your page?
Yeah, just because it's Crystal Hunter.
Yeah.
Wow, that's for what is essentially a really murderous chaos team.
Well, he's going to put it out the bag, I reckon.
Against a team that historically do not deal well with a lot of claw.
So the bots with me as well, as are me and Wi-Fi.
Yeah, because Crystal Hunter is a good coach. I'm going to go for Crystal Hunter as well. Fine. And Mongloom.
You haven't got to him, yeah.
Is the next game against his OCC and roll, Ockenroll against Once Upon a Team.
See, Khemri versus Wood Elves. There's only one answer, isn't there? Really, but Yinri's got no team, so.
I mean, he's still got an Agi 5 War Dancer with tackle and wrestle.
How much tackle has Mongloom got? Let's look at his squad. Oh, it looks a bit bare as well. Okay.
The moment, like 60 TV of this is Spank as well.
Yeah.
But
he's still going to outnumber the elves, isn't he? By at least 300, possibly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
3 elves
8.
missing. So
yeah, 3 times. So what? 210 to be added to that.
6.
So it's not that. Yeah, it's not that far off, is it? 640 versus
660.
660.
Yeah, so 20 TV difference between those two teams. It's quite something, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Mongloom then, I reckon.
Especially, well, he's got the, if he's carrying on the Agi 3 strength 4 blodge. I mean, actually no, because that means he doesn't have sure hands, and the wrestler is the war dancer is strip ball.
Yeah.
So that's still red diceable, right?
Yeah, and he doesn't have that much guard for like a nice cage.
It doesn't matter. Once you're red dicing, strength 5 is no worse than strength. Guard being in there doesn't make any difference.
So I reckon Mongloom.
Okay, I'll go for Yanwei just to be in opposition.
Okay.
Did you say difficult?
I thought difficult. I thought I said okay.
Okay, so next is Eldarans. There can be only one against the Black Company Leftovers, who are my opponents next week. But that is
So how did Eldarin play? Did you say you watched his game?
Well,
last week?
I played him, I think, didn't I? Isn't he one of the teams I played already? Yeah, because we played McLeod's versus There Can Be Only One. It makes sense from a Highlander perspective.
Yeah.
First game of the season.
Obviously.
Yeah. And he did roll a lot of ones. So, it's appropriate. I think he played well. I don't really remember very well. I like the team build.
Okay. And Emilius's Necro, which I think I have played.
See, I don't have any experience of him at all.
I think he's all right.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't. It's not a name that fills me with fear, but it's quite a good team looking at it, isn't it?
It's all right. No mighty blow on the Wolves means they're not as killy as they could be. There's no piling on Murderous White. The 2 move busts make a already slow team kind of even more slow. Against a Chaos kill team, which actually no, this Chaos team are not a kill team, are they? They're more of a little bit.
They're more a control team, aren't they?
Yeah, they do have a kill.
Still got a killer, but
yeah.
Oh, a tough one. Oh, let's say Eldarin then. Let's hope he's if he's had some bad luck, let's hope his luck changes.
I have a high TV. I'm going to go for a draw, actually.
Okay.
Also, wait a second. Let's have a quick look at the. Emilius is 4th, whereas Eldarin is 6th, but only 1 result difference, I guess.
Yeah, that's not much, is it?
No,
really.
And last of all, the Poxville Paladins against Atraxia Buccaneers.
Well, I'm going to go for the Paladins for this one.
Because they've...
Well, I've seen him play. He's good. And, steady coaching, I would say. It gets the job done. And Aether Cuckoo's last.
Yeah. And his team look like they've been murdered.
Well, they've been murdered before they started, hadn't they? Or were they quite new?
Were they pre-murdered, you're saying?
Yeah. Were they pretty bad when they started?
They're not a new team. They're a team who've played a lot. And I think they've come down... have they come down from above type thing?
Yeah.
They go up and then down again.
So I think they've been battered, haven't they? There's not many players left, is there? Yeah, 43, 14, 45. Yeah, it's quite long. That's the point. You start to think, well, are they still viable? I mean, the strength 5 is nice, but his armor busted now. But yeah, it's a team towards the end of its life, isn't it?
Yeah,
I would say. Do you concur with that assessment?
I tend to keep teams for
70k
for a lot longer. I don't. You know, I think if I were to re-roll this team into a new human team, what would I gain from that? Versus, I could, drop a division, have an easy season in a worse division, and recuperate, and then come back up with players who are almost legends or have some amazing stat ups without losing, and carry on type thing. No? Is it just me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fine. This is not even dead enough for me to have re-rolled humans, but,
Yeah, I mean, I understand everything you're saying, but I think if you're at the foot of the table at this time of the season, you'd be thinking, yeah, this is time.
Yeah, I guess.
Because if they're mid-table or pushing, then you think, yeah, it's okay, it's fine. But
I mean, there's still a lot of this. There's still another 6 games to go or something. Right?
Yeah, but you can't underestimate the psychology.
No, true. Okay, I'm going for a draw though. Anyway, so there.
Okay, sounds good.
Cool. Should we have a look at your division?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've been quite busy with children and work and all things, so I haven't done any clips this week.
Yeah, that's fine. We shouldn't be, like the clipping thing is nice to do rather than we don't promise to do it every week, right?
No, true. And I'll be honest with you, I've not even looked at any of the results, so I don't know where anyone is. So if you put the table up, we can have a quick look at that.
Ooh, 2 of the games have been played already.
Yeah.
Wow, this is really close.
So it is pretty tight. There's a lot of. Do you remember my division last season as well? That went right to the end, really as well, really.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of draws in there. MB Carmack's top at the moment. I think he's still top when we put the tie breaks on. The Nurgler up there as well, which I drew with them, so that was quite good for me the previous week. And yeah, it's pretty tight. Oh, you can see all the bash at the top, absolutely, and all the non-bash at the bottom. I haven't had quite as bad luck as B-Dog, as you've seen in the previous clips, but yeah, he's had a lot of players die now. But then this week, if you look at my team, I got pretty much smashed off the pitch by the Dwarfs as well, and it was a shame because the Dwarfs were missing both their blitzers and they were missing a Troll Slayer as well, I think, who died the previous game. So if at any point in the season it was the right time to play Dwarfs, it was then. But as I said to you afterwards, I scored too quickly, and yeah, just gave him a chance to score one back, and then that was it really. Well, whereas I should have probably played for the draw, but.
And yeah. You said
it's rookie error, really. I mean, I've only got myself to blame, to be honest.
And you said that both of these are niggles.
Yeah, which is awful.
So I assume Justine the Second is becoming Justine the Third at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably keep him for the rest of the season. But yeah, this team's been recycled, I think, at the end.
Shame.
Because again, like that human coach, there's not enough there to keep me interested, really. Because, yeah, I mean, I've been promoted probably beyond this team's ability to cope into a horrible grinder of a division. The first 2 games I was quite lucky and not had any permanent injuries, or the only people who died were like loners or mercs, which is exactly what they're for, so you don't mind. But yeah, they ran out earlier this last game, and yeah, my 2 sort of key players got battered. So
after your team of Blodge have been murdered, you're going to re-roll into what again?
Amazons, I think. Amazon's my first team in Blood Bowl 1, so I'm going to get back on board with them.
I feel like maybe you're going just back in time, because like this was your first team in Blood Bowl 2, wasn't it? So you're hearkening back further and further.
Just a more comfortable time.
Yeah.
A nice time, when my team just wasn't killed all the time.
Maybe you should try,
Which is nice.
playing a kill team.
Well, they're boring, aren't they? I don't like them because they're boring.
What about passing dwarfs or something?
It's just stupid. Yeah, I mean, look at that, horrible. I mean, what was quite effective? That Longbeard with diving tackle, he was quite effective. He worked quite a few times.
How many times have I said diving tackle on doubles?
Yeah, it's really good skill.
Yeah.
For him, he stopped some key moments happening. So yeah, he was good.
As in his existence was enough to make you not roll the dice you would have otherwise done.
No, I had to dodge away from him because I was players down. So he got in quite good positions, and the diving tackle came into it when we tackled as well. I've only got I've just bought my third reroll, so I've got 3 rerolls now, but yeah, still not not good enough. And again, a bit of a cause for frustration because there still are elves, so even -2, that's
50-50 at least.
50-50 at least. So you think some of them would work, but apparently not.
No.
And then you see a couple of dwarf dodges, and that tends to push you over the edge. So,
I must admit, this isn't as murderous a dwarf team as I was expecting.
No, it's less murderous now. If you remember, he's JJ's lost a player at least one dwarf every game so far.
Okay. Oh yeah, because you've been talking about Death Watch, Dwarf Watch even.
So yeah, there we go. So yeah, so should we just? I mean, that's all I've got to say about the division because honestly, I've been in a bubble. I don't really know what's going on at all. Yeah, how did Gary do last week? He lost as well, so that's good.
Oh, because he's the other elf. Is this
your elf? Yeah. And obviously the Bretts lost again. I mean I say I've had bad luck, but the Bretts. We saw quite a lot of their players die last week, didn't we? So.
Mostly peasants, though. I think peasants are supposed to.
Well, no, it was the AG5, wasn't it? He died.
Oh yes, I remember.
Which I mean, again, look at this team here. They're pretty vanilla now, aren't they? Because they've got 1 strength upgrade, and that's it.
Well, I mean, also it's double for Mighty Blow. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. So 1.
Yeah, I guess.
But there's not really much skill there, is there? I mean, they were saying this will probably bash me off the pitch when we play, but yeah, it's
okay.
There's no edge.
And how's Ramesset doing? Ooh. See, look, some of the chaos aren't doing that well.
Yeah. 3 draws. You'd be probably a bit annoyed with that.
It's a lot of draws. And that was his first loss this week, in fact. So he was on 3 draws. At least I'm not losing.
Yeah, and then the Nurgle beat him. Or was that Chaos versus Chaos again? I'm not sure. So yeah, just have a look at the Disciples of Death because they're my opponent this week.
You've got King Kill.
I got King Kill. So our plan is to stream it on Tuesday next week. So hopefully that will be online. I think he's going to stream, and I'll probably join the chat. So yeah, again, not a bad time to face them because they are missing 2 warriors.
And the Minotaur got murdered as well. So
Yeah, I mean he's got enough to replace the Minotaur.
Aren't they 160?
Are they?
Are they 150 or 60? Or something? I'm sure they're more than 140. Aren't they?
I thought they were less. I thought about 120, aren't they, or something?
No, they're definitely in the 40 might be. Let's see,
I thought every player was under 140, 150. Sorry.
I must have a chaos team in there somewhere. No.
Nope.
There we go. $150. There you are. He hasn't got enough for Minotaur.
So it's got quite enough. Okay, that's good then.
Yeah. So I assume that's what he's saving up for.
I assume so. Yeah, knowing him. So yeah. So it's a good time to face him, but we'll have to see what happens. I'm missing my witch and my mighty blow player. So.
What is your what is your TV then?
So my TV's 11 something now, I think.
1140.
1140. So and that's not a full squad even. So it'll be quite
7 players.
Yeah. So I've got another 4 times 7 is 28. So another 280. So 30, 14, 20.
Yep. And he is down to 8 players as well, so he's getting 180 more. So he's on 1720.
So I'll have a wizard and possibly some more fodder.
And 250 of TV inducements. Yeah, fodder.
So I'll definitely go for extra players rather than babes or uppos or anything like that. Because, like you say, they're just more useful, aren't they, to have more players than a KO role.
Hmm.
And again, what I've got to learn to do is, again, just keep it in my half and let them pull themselves apart, and then use their movement 8 to just score in like turn 8. Do you know what I mean? Not threaten to score too early, because then they just sort of close you off, kind of thing. Last mistake I made against dwarves.
So, I like to try. I don't know. It depends so much on the matchup.
Yeah, it does, and it depends very much on their actions as well. You know, so
yeah, it's not a one-player game, is it?
No. I guess that's where the skill in reading the game comes in, because again, what I usually do is have 2 wings for scoring threats. So again, that does pull them apart naturally anyway, which is good. But yeah, against the dwarves, I can't remember. We all ended up on one side of the pitch, and there was like a big screen, which is great, but it wasn't that. It wouldn't have lasted like one more turn, so I kind of had to score when I did. And then yeah, it was too much. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm just, if King kills his usual self, he'll just go straight at me, so that could perhaps use that to my advantage. And I'm certain he'll be fouling that number 6 if he piles on.
Oh, he's only got 1 tackle, right? And he will be piling on with it, I assume.
Yeah. Yeah, he won't be able to stop himself piling on, will he? So, so yeah, if we get rid of him, that should help. Although, again, rolling powers against blodgers doesn't seem too much of a problem for teams against me at the moment. So, how was your noisy soup? Is that a soup dish I can hear?
No, I apologise. It was a steak and
dog's bowl.
Yeah, that was great. No, it was a plate of stuff, not soup. Anyway.
All right, so let's do some betting, and then I'll leave you to your indigestion. So what's the first one? What's the first one that hasn't been played?
Well, you're going to vote for the Pro Elves because it's the dwarves against the Pro Elves.
Ah, right. Okay. Yeah, obviously. Come on, Gary. I take everything back I've said about you.
Oh my God! It might be that the dwarves get inducements as well. No, not quite. Pro Elves with 11 players and a wizard against a big pile of dwarves.
Big pile of dwarves, yeah. Dwarves, you going for?
Yep, I'll go for the dwarves. In fact,
I mean, again, I mean, the only thing I'd say, you've seen Gary play, he does not give a shit, so he will go he will go straight in and get those dice rolling.
Yeah, I know.
So, again, if it works, he's looking at another 4-0, isn't he? Really?
Yes, and if it doesn't work, he's looking.
he's looking at 900 TV for the next game,
or and thinking about re-rolling into Amazon.
Yeah, possibly. But if that bad a beating, might be that. Okay, next.
Next is your game, Disciples of Death against Saturn.
Bet myself.
Yeah, I'm going to go for a draw.
Okay.
You've got fans. Gruff, Fi-Fi, both bet with you, and Dimmy's gone for the Disciples of Death.
Of course he has. The thing is, that my low score in the bot, I think, is because I play Dark Elves quite a lot in COL, and you meet a lot of chaos there, and they're usually shit coaches, so quite easy to beat. But
yeah, but you know, we will see.
We'll see. Okay.
And then the last of all is the B-Dogs Bretts against Chugman Milk's Maul and Oats, which is a pretty good name.
Yeah, I mean, again, watching them both play, I've got to say Chug should probably take this one.
And also the fact that Chug has twice as much team as the Bretts do.
Yeah, and still quite a lot of claw and so on. Although he did lose his one of his balls, didn't he, last week?
No, he's still got 2 blodge break tackle balls.
Break tackle balls. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Well, I would have perhaps taken Mighty Blow on the other one, but fair enough.
I mean, I do like the idea of them having different things. Oh, and I'll put the Discord link to the betting channel in case there's anyone watching who hasn't voted before.
Wants to join in.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how are the scores doing?
Oh,
week before last. I got a funny feeling I'm way ahead, but
I don't know if I've.
It's not saved them on purpose.
Well, I've not been like we need to actually be going through them for me to update them, right? So I only update them on stream. I'm not going to do homework or anything.
Oh, that's obvious.
So maybe I'll do some homework and look at them later. But we're not going to do them now, are we?
No.
All right, cool.
Well, that's it. Thanks, everyone.
Okay.
Have a good week.
Good night.
Yeah, well, maybe next Wednesday if we're both free.
Yeah, Wednesday during the day. Do you think that's a possibility, or is that going to?
It's possible, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Okay.
Cool. Who else is on?
That's what I'm wondering. When do you start to Do you know when you're going to start to travel around the country again, or do you?
Oh, not for ages. I don't think. Not for ages. Actually, it's all remote at the moment. So, but I mean, more importantly is when the kids go back, because that's what really ties up my days at the moment. Is having them to look after, which is great, but also not great for great for daddy's hobby when there's actual children to look after.
Daddy wants to play computer games.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna host Rick because I can't see anyone else more. I can see other people who are interesting, but Reckless. There we go. So thank you, anyone who's here, and goodbye.